red. You
Oh, it's
turn
regular. Only when you're talking. Yes. So it's on. Okay. It's Chinese rules.
because it's red.
It's
Because
that
I,
means talk.
oh,
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming to the Milburn Township Planning Board meeting. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, be advised that notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board at Town Hall and serving the officially designated newspapers a list of the meeting dates annually indicating that this meeting would take place at the Milburn Board of Education Center building at 7:30 p.m. on May 7th. Roll call, please.
Corey Miller,
here.
Allison Canfield. Here. Michael Cohen,
Here.
Frank Sagamundi,
Here.
Jorge Mastro Pietro.
Here.
Michael Zion,
Here.
Jonathan Baxter,
Here.
Sergei Sistov.
Here.
Gaston Halbert.
Here. Before we get started this evening, we have a little bit of housekeeping. We have 2 sets of meeting minutes to approve. Did everybody have a chance to go over those? For the meeting minutes from March 5th, I think we had 2 comments. And the one was, thank you.
One was changing Mr. Riccio to Mr. Levine. It was the wrong name.
Okay. Sounds good. I think the other was just filling in a name for the second of the adjournment. I don't think it went to Corey. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of March 5th, 2025? So moved. Second?
Who was that?
All in favor? Aye. And we also have to approve the minutes of March 12th.
19th. I think
Nine-
they were the 9th. I think they were the 19th. right?
19th. Okay, I'm sorry, March 19th. Were there any comments from anyone?
Did not get any.
Nope. I make a motion to approve the minutes from March 19th, 2025. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion approved. Next order of business, we have a capital project review, and we'll have a presentation from the Township of Milburn. I'm not sure exactly who's giving it. If you don't mind stepping up, please.
Well, why don't you give us
Hello, hello.
Hello? That's better. Good. Okay, thank you. So may I begin? All right, so I'm sorry that some of you have to crane your neck to see this. I'd like to start by quickly summarizing the main categories of sort of objectives that we had when we were retained first a couple of years ago to get started on the project. The Millburn Town Hall, Laura will give you a history of its construction a little bit later, but I just want to mention that there were a lot of issues with the building. Functional issues, accessibility issues, parts of it were not in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. There were security issues. There are organizational issues where people have trouble sort of finding their way around the building. There are many aspects of it that don't comply with current codes and standards. As Rick will mention when he talks about the site plan, there are flooding issues in the area. There was detailed analysis made of the building in terms of contamination, and it's currently closed. As you know, we're in this building for the meeting tonight because they vacated Town Hall, and that's in order to prepare it for asbestos and lead remediation, which are going to be happening in the next few weeks. There are also issues with not enough meeting rooms. There are issues with the condition of the building's historic fabric, and then there was the goal to move the municipal court out of the police building across the street, and finally to comply with the town ordinance that this project achieve at least a LEED Silver classification for sustainability. So there are a lot of aspects here that we had to deal with, some of which are sort of potentially in conflict with one another. So it was a puzzle to get it all worked out. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Laura, who will talk a little bit about the history of the building.
I am also a registered architect in the state of New Jersey. My education is also with my master's degree in architecture, a certificate in historic preservation, and have focused on that for the last 28 years. This building is actually already a sequence of additions. The Millburn Avenue side with the 3 arches that you're familiar with was the original firehouse. It was then added to on both the east and west sides, that parking lot side that you now enter from, and then on the opposite side, there was a small addition done that was housed the police for a while. After the building had a fire in it in 1956, they then renovated the building and they infilled the piece between those 2 additions. So there's multiple phases of work done here. So you can see the pink is the original. The pink in the back was the hose tower, which is now subsumed in the building. The 2 green sections, so the pink is 1880s. The 2 green sections came shortly thereafter. And then the orange section is a post-1950s addition that was an infill in between. So adding to this building is the norm to accommodate what the needs of the municipality are.
So these plans show our general intentions. The red dashed line indicates the interface between the existing building, which is in the lower portion of the plan, and the proposed addition, which is the upper portion. On the right side, on the first floor, you see where it says existing east entrance. That's the entrance that comes off the parking lot that I'm sure you're all familiar with. As part of our plan, we're going to create a new entrance on the west for the public and a new entrance on the north for the staff. So as you know now, the entrance is at the north side of the existing building. We're essentially moving it about 75 feet further north towards Essex Street. So I guess about a month ago, we went before the Historic Preservation Commission and talked about our intentions, and they had a series of comments. These are the drawings, among the drawings we showed them. On the east elevation, which is the second elevation from the top here, we had proposed to extend a continuous roof, extending the gable all the way to the north, north being to the right in the east elevation. And on the south elevation, which is the next one down, we had proposed to, in the arched windows, which were the old garage doors when it was a firehouse, we had proposed to essentially recreate them as they are. And then the Historic Preservation Commission, oh, and also, I'm sorry, on the west, the top elevation here, we had proposed to raise the cornice of the left half of the existing portion of the west elevation to bring it in line with the cornice of the other half. The Historic Preservation Commission asked us to keep that cornice dropped and preserve the hose tower, and on the east side to try to find a way to visually break the roof between the existing building toward Milburn Avenue and the addition on the right. And then in the south elevation, they asked if we could try to find a way to open up the garage doors more to what they originally looked like. And so these are the revised and also rendered elevations, which show you how we've responded to those requests. So on the east elevation, second one from the top, we've broken the two roofs and created a narrow break of glass between the existing building and the addition. On the south elevation, the third one from the top on the left, we have opened up the garage doors, and I'll ask Laura in a few minutes to explain the source of those shapes. And then on the west elevation on the top, we were asked if we could add some openings into the courtroom, which is on the upper left there. And we're sort of limited in what sort of openings we can create because it's becoming a courtroom as well as the meeting room. We are subject to the restrictions of the state's administrative office of the courts, which doesn't permit windows at eye level into a courtroom for the security of the judge. And so we put some high windows here to get some more light in there. So Laura, if you want to talk about this history a little bit.
So given the discussions we had with the Historic Preservation Commission, I went back to you have quite a few postcards from different phases in time of the front of this building when it was a firehouse. And you can see the firehouse doors there in 3 different iterations, as well as what the windows were like above them. So rather than copy what we have now, we have put windows in the top that are just like the ones that were there originally, and then taken the windows on the bottom and the arches and used the rhythm and the patterns from the historic photos to kind of recreate a window wall, because it's obviously not going to be a firehouse door anymore. That sort of harkens back to what it once used to look like.
And just so you all know, the function in the rearranged building that'll be behind those 3 arched windows is a large workroom for the zoning, planning, and engineering department. So now I'll ask Rick to take over to talk about the site. Yeah. Oh, here on the east elevation? Yeah, so there was a preference to make it clearer that where the existing building ended and the new building began, rather than having a continuous roof that made it look like it was all one piece. And that's, well, part of the issue, the answer is yes, but also U.S. Department of Interior has standards for adding to historic buildings, and there's often this balance of trying to make it look like you're not trying to make it look like it was all there at once. You're trying to make it clear what was original and what was added. Laura can speak more about that if you want to, if you have any follow-up questions about that.
Could I just ask you to speak into the microphones because we're getting
I'm sorry.
comments?
That's fine, sure. Yep, okay. If there are any other questions about historic issues, Laura will answer them later.
Okay. So you mentioned the standard for the design standard for new additions in all buildings. One of the standards is very clear that the new addition has to be different from the old. It has to be harmonious, of course, mass, color, materials, all of that. But also, it says that any new building has to be part of their own time. You cannot imitate what is old, because when you imitate the old, it will be different, because techniques are different, materials are different. So I may be wrong on this, so I'm sorry if I'm wrong on this, you can explain this to us. But I was wondering how this addition that I understand that you made the difference between the cornice now, but it still looks the old building. So if I don't know the history of the building, it seems old. So how you interpret this, maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but yeah, so that's one of my questions.
So some of this you can't get in elevations this small, right? We have to bring you more details regarding brick detailing, right? The historic buildings are very specific. You have a brick coin detail and a brick patterning in the brick face. This brick face will be different. It is going to, again, hopefully be harmonious in color, but our detailing will be called out differently. So it will be clear, and it's of its time period, because one will be distinct from the other. Especially, I mean, this building especially, the bricks are hand-made bricks.
And the size is different, yes.
You're never going to reproduce that. Even in the quantities, when you try
it's
to
impossible.
stack them up and count them, they will not line up in the same way.
So based on that, now if we see the first elevation,
The top, yes.
where we see behind that is the court, now you are changing completely the pattern. Before it was solid windows, massing and windows, and now you have those vertical lines. You are changing also the cornice for a different element, even though you keep the same line, but now it's different. So how that integrate with the, I know this is not a historic building because it's not part of our historic landmark building, but it's an old building. So how that integrate the new here and the old over there on the facade, which is along. So also I understand that there is no window there because it's the court. So I was wondering why also you put the court where we have the town hall plaza, where we have people. There is a place where people in summer, beautiful place, people hang out there. So now we are going to have that wall instead to have a more active facade. So how was your development on the design based on the interaction between the public space and the building inside, and the facade?
Well, I know that there are also, I mean, part of the discussions we've had that there are sort of bigger plans also for the area, right? Right now, you have a parking lot across the way. There's been some discussion, does that turn more into some kind of a formal park? Right now, we've been charged with only this one piece. Milburn owns several pieces all the way around it, and there is some greater vision for it. what we were trying to do is to make on this side an accessible, welcoming entrance for people to come in, pedestrians from this side, where it'll be mostly car traffic and people who park from the other side.
So, but going back to my question, why do you put the court that it has to be safe there where we have a facade and not somewhere else in the middle of the building, somewhere where, because I understand that you
The site
can't
is
have
just quite
windows.
tight. It's that the court is going to end up towards one wall or the other. You can't, there's not enough space to take the court and put it in the middle of the building. There's on this site and on this lot.
Sorry, I'm going to keep.
That's okay.
So also you mentioned that how you are envisioning the welcoming to this building. You mentioned that there is this courting wall or storefront there.
In this spread, let me give you a 3D view because you'll actually be able to see it better.
Okay.
Even if you could give us an opportunity to get through all the slides.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
So you're gonna get.
Yeah.
So I'll ask Rick to talk about the site plan, then we'll show you some additional pictures that hopefully will answer some of your questions.
Okay. My name is Richard Adelson with Frank H. Lair Associates. I've been practicing, not quite as long as Eli, but 35 years. This is my license 35 years. So, a couple years, used to have hair. I am a professional engineer, my license is current. So we are looking at the site. So this site actually comprises 4 lots, which includes the parking lot across the street, the town hall property, the road itself, and the public parking lot to the east. And this drawing north is up. So the whole parcel is, again, very hard to define what the property is. If you see on this plan, we've decided to define the site for the purposes of this project as the heavy black line around there. That's about just a hair under 28,000 square feet. So on the site right now, can I zoom? Huh? Down arrow? Yep, down arrow. Yeah. Okay, I won't zoom. So on the site right now is obviously the existing town hall, an existing 1,100 square foot, 1-story building that's gonna get demolished, some walks and seating areas. Obviously, you have the parking lot across the street, you have the public parking lot that all remains, as well as town hall plaza. The blue line that runs across the middle of the site is the newly enhanced NJDEP flood elevation line. So that is elevation 132.5, so you'll see that the flood line places the site out, the new building area outside the floodplain. However, the existing building still falls within the floodplain. And that has gone through DEP and been verified at that elevation. The plan is to remove access to the basement as part of this project and seal the windows and the stairs on the lower half of the site, leaving only the northerlymost stair into the basement, which will be limited to access and maintenance. So basically, basement will be abandoned, utilities will be removed from the basement, elevated. We'll maintain a fire system in the basement. So we'll add a fire suppression system to the basement. Pumps that were in the basement will be enhanced, but basically the basement will be abandoned, assuming DEP lets us do this. The finished floor of the building is above the flood elevation itself, however, below the existing building is above the flood elevation, but just below the elevation with the extra foot of freeboard on it. Now, mind you, in reality, just for reference, the existing flood elevation just barely touches the corner of this building, the mapped flood elevation. And historically, the building doesn't get inundated even in your biggest floods. However, DEP has decided that we're taking all our flood elevations, adding either 2 feet or 3 feet to them, and which gets us to the 132.5. And that's generated off of Milburn Avenue. So from the construction standpoint, the building does go on the north side of the site, as Mr. Goldstein showed. We have a new plaza that's going in to create the entrance on the west side of the site. Thank you, mouse, look at that. So we have a new plaza going in here, some stairs up, walkways, planters up on the plaza level. We have a handicap ramp that comes up to provide for an entrance, and that gives us our entrance to the building. We have planters that run around the outside of the building, and then we have a walkway that continues around the building. Sidewalk and stairs going up to Essex Street, and then we have the open space here that will continue, and I believe we're going to ultimately remove the 2 parking spaces that town hall uses for their vehicles to expand that green space. You see it rendered. It will look better that way. From a grading and drainage perspective, we are going to take the roof leaders and put them up into the open space and create an underground detention system there under that grass area. We are reconnecting the storm sewers that currently run through that area, routing them around and tying them into the system in Town Hall Plaza. Site lighting, relatively simple. Town Hall Plaza is pretty well lit with the new fixtures we put in a couple years ago. We're just going to provide some lighting on the face of the building just to infill it and to differentiate the facade, and lighting around the building to provide lighting on the walkway. Majority of the lighting will be existing and stay as it is. No changes are proposed for lighting on the existing building. Rendering, this is a schematic of what we're expecting for landscaping. Along those planters, we'll have a combination of flowering trees, evergreens, and deciduous shrubbery. The trees will be flowering trees and non-flowering trees that will break up the facade, so that solid brick wall we were looking at before on the lowest, lower portion of the building will have some vegetation to break it up. We'll have vegetation in the planters. Where we remove the areaways and the stairs, we'll replant those as well. That's pretty much the end of the site. Again, building occupies the majority of the site, so not a lot of exciting stuff happening on site.
Thank you. So we'll show you a few slides that try to give you a sense in 3 dimensions of what's going on here. So this is showing the Milburn Avenue facade and a little bit of the east side. And then you can see the changes to the windows, closing, facing south. And this is now, gives you hopefully a little bit better sense of the entrance that we're creating on the west. Where it says Township of Milburn, that's a low retaining wall behind which will be the wheelchair ramp that gets up to the courtyard. Because we need to create another accessible entrance. Here's a view taken from the southwest. Give you a little bit of a sense of what's happening there. The trees along the addition are just suggested. The landscaping there, we're still working out the details. And then here you get a sense of the view from the parking lot across Municipal Plaza looking toward the new entrance. And then in 3 dimensions here, the upper view is a sort of an aerial shot. The courtroom is going to have a flat roof because we were asked to try to find a place to put the solar array in the future. This shows the view before the array is put on. This shows you what the array will look like afterward. And then to its right here, you can see where there's a large piece of rooftop equipment which is going to be sort of tucked into a roof area so that it's not as visible from the street. During the meeting with the Historic Preservation Commission, someone had expressed concern about the length of the west facade of this building being scale, and you can see that the overall length we're proposing on the west is 166 feet, 2 stories high, and directly across the street, Schoolhouse Plaza is substantially longer and taller. So, just wanted to put that all in perspective. Also, in the courtroom, meeting room, we're going to have some narrow windows that do come to the ground, and in order to comply with the administrative office of the courts to make sure that those direct lines of sight, those glazed areas will be glazed with textured glass blocks so as to not provide clear views into the building, but still let daylight into the building. So I hope that provides some answers to the questions. We're open to more questions.
Can I keep going with my questions?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay,
Can I
so-
just ask you to hold the microphone? If you can hold it, because the live stream is not picking you up real well.
So the trees along Town Hall Plaza are existing? The one on the sidewalk, are those existing?
The street trees are.
So there is one existing right in front of the entrance.
Don't mind if I look. Yes,
So as soon as you come down from the stoop, you have the tree.
yes.
So I don't want to be complicated, and you are the expert here. We are just resident here. And I'm happy that this is happening because we know that we need a better town hall. And it's hard for me, I am an architect, to separate that. And because, you know, you may like, I may not like, but this is very subjective. So whatever I like, maybe you don't like, or whatever you like. So I'm sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful for this. I have my concerns about this. So you mentioned that, or somebody mentioned the welcoming through the main entrance. So I want to understand how it's welcome, because first, we just saw that we have a tree in front of the entrance. That's, for me, and I may be wrong, is not welcome. My other concern that I have there that you show us in the facade along the courthouse, you have those vertical lines, but the windows there, so I want to understand the pattern that you are using. Why you have that separation and the windows that you have there on the second level, which is not the second level, I know it's only one double high space, are different. So they don't go all the way to those vertical lines. Sometimes you have two, sometimes you have one, and sometimes you don't have any one.
So the narrow vertical lines that you see 8 of across those are going to be glass block strips that run from floor to ceiling.
Oh, that, okay, so that's not brick.
Correct. Those are pairs of piers with an
Okay.
8-inch wide gap, and so it's to bring as much light as we can without violating the security issues that we're.
Okay. So, and why the windows doesn't respect that width? Those windows, see? That, why they have different, they don't follow the same width than those glass?
So we were trying to.
See here, sorry. See, why these are smaller than the whole width? And there are two here, one.
Yes, we were trying to find a balance that would make some reference without actually copying the spirit of the old building. We wanted it to look like it wasn't so different, like it was a spaceship that just landed here. Even though it's very different function, we wanted to have just a little bit of a rhythmic reference to the existing building. If you look at the existing building, there are a whole bunch of different window sizes. There are short ones and tall ones. On the other side of the building, they're wide and narrow. We wanted to make some reference there without actually copying. So that's the answer to how we came up with that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, so just looking at it, it does look like it came down from a spaceship. You know, no offense, but it just doesn't seem to fit in with the aesthetic. And I understand that it should be different, but I'm concerned that it's not different enough. So, you know, when I've seen historic buildings, especially municipal buildings, oftentimes you'll see they have the old brick buildings, and then the new additions are, you know, made of glass or a different material altogether. We don't really see that going on here. The windows, while I now understand why you did it, it just doesn't look right. And the vertical lines with the glass block, aren't there other ways to do secure windows? I mean, there's ballistic glass, you could do frosted ballistic glass. Aren't there other options other than having to do, you know, that heavy glass block?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, yes, there are ballistic glasses, they're very expensive. We've done buildings, we did a municipal building in Jersey City with ballistic glass, very, very expensive product. The other challenge here, which I mentioned earlier, is that the town ordinance requires this building to meet LEED Silver. And the major, I don't know how many of you are aware of the LEED program for environmental design, but a large part of the, essentially achieving LEED certification is through energy conservation. Unfortunately, this side of the building faces due west, which is the worst possible exposure for a glass facade because of load, late afternoon sun, especially in the summer. And so, to make this out of glass would be expensive, and I don't think we would achieve the required LEED certification if we did that, because it would be so costly to cool it, because it's facing due west. This is absolutely due west. There's nothing in the way, right now at least. It's just an empty parking lot across the street. So we were also challenged there. We would have loved to make this glass, but it won't work in terms of the energy requirements for the building.
And, you know, there's no windows on the bottom, obviously, for the security reasons, but you could have done windows there if you used ballistic glass, and probably the price of ballistic glass for a window versus the entire side of the building is quite a bit different, so that might be within the realm of,
I'm not
you know,
sure.
acceptability, right? Well, so, you know, on the old building, you have windows on the first floor. If you had windows with proper ballistic glass on the newer part of the building, that would allow you to have a more normal style window, would it not?
Yeah, although again, the more glass we put, the more points we lose in our LEED calculations. We're already, because we're dealing with an existing building, which is even though we're improving its performance, still is not ever going to be as good as a new building, because it was never built for that purpose. We are trying to fight this fight and get our LEED certification, and it's very hard.
Can we see you had a 3D elevation from this side, I think? Because I think you had trees there, right? So, yeah.
Yeah.
So is the idea with the trees, it's going to break up that big,
Correct.
like, facade there? The windows would be hidden behind them anyway if they were there, that's just what I'm saying.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're making some major compromises with the design of a building that we're gonna have for decades to come, you know, in order to achieve LEED certification, number one. Number two, there's probably other mechanisms you could use to achieve that LEED certification, are there not? There's, you know, you could do a better job of insulating the old structure since you're gutting it anyway.
We're insulating tremendously the old structure, and we're replacing all the windows in the old structure. We're doing everything we can to achieve this result. We'll take your comments under advisement. Thank you.
So what if you are doing for LEED certification? What are the different points that you are getting here to get the silver?
You want to know the whole range of them?
No, I want to know how you are planning to get a
Okay,
LEED
we're getting
certification standard
through
points.
through a combination of, energy conservation, water conservation, what's called green power. The municipality is going to invest in contracts to buy renewably generated power. We're going to, we're taking advantage of the fact that we're close to mass transit because of the train station that's less than half mile away. We're going to use recycled materials, materials with low embodied energy, locally sourced materials, low emitting materials like paints that don't have volatile organic compounds. That's just a sample. We have to get 50 credits in order to achieve this, and it's very difficult. And we've done other LEED Silver buildings. This one is absolutely the most challenging because of the difficulties of dealing with the existing conditions, even though we're improving them in the original building.
So how big is the building is going to be? How big is the addition and how big is the existing building?
My recollection is that the existing building is just under 20,000 square feet, and the addition is about, I think, about 9, if I remember correctly.
9,000 square feet.
Yeah. And also, getting back to something that Mr. Adelson said before, much of the addition on the second floor is a storage area for everything that's coming out of the basement, because we're abandoning the basement because of the flood issue.
Yeah.
So,
So, do you know how much it's going to cost per square foot, the addition and the renovation?
we don't have an up-to-date estimate. We
You
just
do not have an estimate, like,
an estimate was made about 18 months ago, but it's not.
The estimate at that time was around 14 million, was it not?
Something like that, yeah.
Um,
sorry, what was that?
14 million. So why was the decision made to have the court on that side of the building? You know, if you have to have a side of the building that's going to be kind of ugly, why not have that on the parking lot side?
We can go back to the plan for a moment. So, in order to move the court from the police department, we're not just moving the courtroom, we're also moving the violations bureau that comes with it. In addition, as Mr. Adelson mentioned, we're replacing all the infrastructure, the plumbing, the HVAC, the electrical, much of which is in the existing basement, so we had to find a place to put all that. And so in the upper right corner, we've got the mechanical room and the electrical room, plus we're replacing all the bathrooms in the building because none of them meet the requirements of the ADA. And so we determined that it was most effective, cost-effective to build all the new plumbing infrastructure in the addition. So if you look up there, just above the red line, the dotted red line, you'll see several bathrooms, small bathrooms. Those are the public bathrooms. So it's not like the things that are on the first floor that are other than the courtroom are things that you would want to move over to that west side. I don't know that you want to put the bathrooms or the mechanical rooms or the violations bureau over there, which is quite small in the overall scheme of things. So this was a conscious decision that it was better to put the courtroom out there, especially because it's going to be used on a different schedule, or can be used on a different schedule from the rest of the building, so that people can come in and use it during the evening for a meeting like this one without having to go through the rest of the building, as is currently the case.
That doesn't explain why you can't, I mean, you have a hallway down the center, right? You've got the court on one side, and then you've got other stuff on the other side. Why couldn't that just be a mirror image?
Well, again,
Of it.
if you mirror an image, you move all the bathrooms over to the west.
Right.
And the mechanical rooms to the west. And we felt that that wasn't appropriate, because this back corner here is hidden behind the neighboring houses, and we felt that it was a more appropriate place for these functions.
So about this LEED certification, something that I'm looking at here, if we want to do something for the environment too, I don't believe so much in LEED, but anyway. For example, the offices.
when we talk about natural light, natural ventilation, I see the offices here doesn't have windows. See, there is a corridor here with very little windows, and the offices are inside. So it's not something that you were looking at that when you were designing the layout to make most of the offices as much natural light?
Yes.
To avoid to use these artificial lights all the time?
Yes.
And also to improve, people who are working
Of course.
here, they have to be happy and all of that.
Right, so where we couldn't get an outside light, just because of the topology of the space, we provided them views into the lobby, which will be flooded with daylight through the various curtain walls. So for instance, Violations Bureau, at the end of the corridor there, will look out on a lobby that's flooded with daylight. And on the second floor, as you can see, most of the offices, we have many of them on the perimeter. And those that aren't face out again into the lobby where there will be plenty of daylight. So they get the shared light through the lobby. The yellow, by the way, in the left-hand plan is the lobby of the first floor of the new building.
I have a question. Were there any other alternative designs for something that doesn't look like a factory? Maybe also, when it comes to the light, can you leverage the roof and maybe move the panels to the other side of the building and actually let the sunlight through the, maybe like some kind of sunroof or?
Well, we do have the possibility of putting some skylights in, but we're also dealing with the limitations of the existing building. There aren't too many areas of the existing building where we can fix skylights. And we went through numerous designs until we got to this one. And given all the things we were trying to balance, this was what was approved.
I have a question. It's mentioned a courtyard. I hear that a couple of times. Can you just show me where the courtyard is for the public space?
Yeah, if you look on the left-hand plan, it says new west entrance. You come up a few stairs, and there's an area about, I guess it's about 20 feet deep and 30 feet east to west, which is the entrance area to the lobby. And I guess, yeah, here we go.
Can you show the 3D rendering of that space?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see here, it's not huge. It also has a door directly from the court room, so that if there's an event like this on a nice evening, and there's a break, people can actually walk outside to there, and even walk down to the municipal plaza.
Okay. Also, I agree with the brick, and the Secretary of Standards does say that they should look different than the old building. And certainly, I'm understanding, or I'm hearing, not understanding, the different brick styles, but it makes this building look extremely heavy and kind of mimicking what the historic building is and what it, the materials of it. Also, my understanding from the Secretary of Standards is using a different material, distinguishing the old and the new, but also the architectural elements, carrying some of the architectural elements from the old building and incorporating them somehow in this new material building. Or completely going, I think like Frank said, the complete opposite and making it a very contemporary, modern looking building to distinguish the two separations. Now, certainly from 1800 to 1900, then to slipping in that little sliver in between the two, they did, let's just say, they did their job, right? And it was all brick, and they tried to follow the exact same thing. But reality is we're looking at the actual firehouse itself. And the firehouse is really now just used, I don't even think it's being used at all. Is it? The doors, they're not functional, or just one of them is? With the stairwell, is that correct?
Are you talking about the front entrance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, not, it's the original front. The,
This one.
yeah.
Do you mean the arched openings?
No, the two doors.
Right, so the left one will continue to be used as a door, but not for the public. And the right one will not be used as a door, but we're keeping them all as they are.
So when I read the Secretary of Standards, the way it reads to me, and I'm not the architect, but basically is that what elements did you pick up from this building besides just the windows and the brick for the new building?
So, as you can see in this view, we took the dimensions and the elevation of the cornice of the original building and turned it into an overhang, and simplified it as just a simple band. Whereas the existing building, I think most people think of as having a slope roof, even though there's a small portion that doesn't. We put a flat roof on much of the addition. And obviously the use of things like the curtain wall here on the west and also on the east now, and on the north, is a different material than anywhere on the existing building.
Could we go back just to the plaza, if that's okay, and the measurements of what the historic building, which was a schoolhouse, and the new building off of that? The length of that is large, but it is divided. There is a gap kind of in between and that. This, I have to tend to agree, is like one massive brick building with few elements here and there. And I also have a question, and I think we brought that up. In all fairness, so the public knows, you came in front of Historic Preservation and we gave some comments. And certainly some of them, as you mentioned, were changed. You changed some of this. But at the same time, and so let's go back to this. They look like completely two different buildings, even though they are brick, which not sure what that thinking was, but the fact is that they do look like two separate buildings. Where if you look at the rendering, it's just one long brick building, whether the brick's slightly off, younger brick, older brick, pattern, whatever it is. So I do have a problem with that, and I gave all the commissioners our recommendations, and also the history of this property too, in a packet, so I hope you have time to look at that. And also the Secretary of Standards, which I did not add to this. But I do think that this is missing something. The other piece is glass block. Glass block was probably at its height in the 1970s, whatever. To me, there has to be a better way of bringing light in to that space. And we made that recommendation too.
So we're also in the process right now on the TC of actually designating this as a historic building. So I really do think that we should take serious consideration to the recommendations that were made by the HPC, because looking through them, I think, a lot of them make sense. It seems like this needs to undergo some further tweaks and revisions. I know that that feedback was also provided to the business administrator as well by a smaller number of us. I think we can do better for a building that we're gonna have for decades and decades to come. And to be fair, I believe that while you may have had many internal revisions, I don't think the public got to see those. I know the township committee didn't get to see those, so it seems like those were created in a vacuum. And considering this is a public building, a public project, I think that we should have had an opportunity to see those revisions. And right now, we're being asked, to approve something here that, if we look at the report from Graham, there's some things about this building that are just not consistent with the master plan. And we probably should get into that. But to me, this just doesn't seem like a final finished product that should be in front of us. I think there's more work that needs to be done.
If I can make a comment, I think the overall look looks a bit industrial. It's a very heavy industrial kind of feel, almost like a factory addition. And just because there are trees on the side that you added, I understand maybe it's because of the, just to soften the look. Was that the logic there? Planting the trees around the new structure?
Oh, certainly, that was part of it, sure.
Maybe if there's a way to make it more modern, even if it's, let's say, the second floor or something, that maybe that a continuation of the, that mid-structure that just makes it more welcoming as opposed to something that's very industrial and not welcoming.
Are we going to have an opportunity to hear from Graham? I know he prepared a memo.
Absolutely. I want to ask a couple questions myself. So I do agree with most of the comments, and I'm going to have to defer to the HPC and TC on as far as design goes, my designer. I do feel like our township building should be the epitome of what our ordinances depict and what we expect from other applicants that we hear at the planning board. And just to run through several of the things that we kind of always ask different applicants, especially in the business districts, are we going to have any type of charging stations implemented with this new building?
So, they are not currently planned because we're not doing any parking improvements. So this is just the building property. We certainly, if the governing body, the board wanted that, that would be an option. But again, if you saw how we defined the site, it doesn't touch any of the parking.
Right. Okay, and also on the parking I know we're sort of segregating out the second leg of the entrance from Essex Street, or actually it's an exit. Is that going to be somehow dealt with, or is it just going to continue to be a sore thumb on the plot?
It is not, again, not part of this project, not part of the scope of work.
Okay. Some of the mechanical equipment, I noticed the AC units on the original building, they're left on the drawings and nothing is marked to be removed. Will all that equipment be staying?
All the equipment that's on the ground will be removed.
Will be removed, okay. And will any landscaping be done around the old building to match the new one?
I think I mentioned, but we'll infill the landscaping. Some of that landscaping is very mature, so it'll probably look different, unless we decided to rip it all out, although I don't think that's the direction.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned that it's noted as a management basin. You said that, though, that's going to be underground storage?
Underground.
So you just have a lawn on top?
Correct.
Okay. And the utilities coming into the facility, I didn't see anywhere on here where do they enter the building and where are they coming from?
I believe if you look at the third sheet C4, which of course I can do. On the left side. Anyhow, if you see on on the left side of the building, on the bottom, in very, in microscopic text on your screen, on your paper there. We have water coming in on the left side, going back down to Milburn Avenue. We have sewer going, we have a new sewer line going out on the right side. No gas proposed.
Gas proposed, okay. What about electrical? Will the electrical be underground or remain over?
Electric will be underground, coming from the north side. Generator will be located at the DPW site.
Okay, DPW site, all right.
Across the street.
Across the street, that's excellent.
Interesting concept.
Yep.
Gets it away from the building, which is honestly very beneficial.
All right, yeah, and yeah, the only other comment that I had was the natural light as well. I don't know what we can do about the LEED certification, but I think bringing more natural light into the buildings would be beneficial to everybody, especially the people that work there. So that's all of my comments. If nobody else has any more comments, Graham, would you?
Quick
Can I just
question.
make a comment?
Sure.
As part of this project, we did look at alternate sites. We looked at some other sites in this general area. We also looked at relocating this on DPW site, and wound up back here as, based on guidance from everybody, just to put that out there. It wasn't done completely, I mean, that wasn't done without giving this any thought. So the location of the project is what was considered the alternate locations.
Can I ask about that? So why at the end it was decided?
Why at the end it was decided to keep the building here and not to follow the master plan that suggests to move the town hall somewhere else?
So the master plan talks about relocating a municipal building in terms of a relocation plan that doesn't exist.
Uh-huh.
So, the redevelopment plan. So it talks about relocating town hall through a redevelopment plan that was never adopted.
We don't have it yet, yes.
So you can't follow what's in the, what was in your last reexamination of your redevelopment.
Okay, so what was the conclusion? Why it was better to keep the building here and not to move it, whatever, somewhere else?
At least in part money. The alternative locations were either very intrusive into a block of usable land for better purposes, or significantly different costs.
So you did a report, and who saw that report? The TC, who saw the report about moving the building or not moving the building? There was a report?
Not that I saw, but it may have existed. So, additionally, the master plan does say that municipal projects like this should potentially be used as an opportunity for larger redevelopment in the downtown. And I think that Mr. Peto's letter actually makes a note about that. Specifically 3A, leverage municipally owned properties like the municipal building and DPW site as part of a larger redevelopment or reuse scheme. To me, it seems like this is being done in a vacuum, and I know other aspects of the master plan had said to have it so that the parking where we currently have the parking lot at the side, that's a big gap between the building, and I think the master plan had envisioned sort of filling in those gaps. Why was the addition not maybe put out towards the parking lot side as opposed to the back?
To the east side or to the west?
To the east.
We were asked to try to fit the building.
Yeah, so it seems like you were given a set of guidelines and parameters, to stay within, and I don't know where those came from. I can guess that they came from the business administrator, because they didn't come from the township committee. And the other things, like we're making design decisions based on LEED certification, et cetera. I don't know where that requirement came from. That's not something that we voted for.
The ordinance says that's a requirement, and we did a study, which I believe you were one of the people who requested it, to look at building a new building to the west of this on one of the parcels there, and we did a report, and we did a very quick budget of it, and it was presented and it was decided we
to be fair, that was to look at putting the building on a separate lot that we already potentially had plans for or in flux. What I'm asking is, why not take the parking lot that already exists and expand that way as opposed to going back? Was that considered?
I don't know that it was ever,
Because it seems like that would be more consistent with the master plan in terms of not having parking, right up on that main street there.
Would you like to go over your report very quickly for? Okay, that would- I think there are no questions for now. Maybe more after you.
inundation of this potentially historic structure. Goal 6 of the master plan, develop and implement strategies to address townwide sustainability, resiliency, and to adapt to global climate change. Objective 6.03, evaluate and improve township's infrastructure as appropriate. The project proposes, and I appreciate this evening's presentation, kind of clarifies, I say filling the town hall basement, but as indicated by the architect this evening, the basement will be vacated and storage removed from that location, which will fortify the facility from flood inundation, as the building is partially located within the 500-year floodplain. And such an effort will improve the township's infrastructure and create a more resilient facility, not subject to inundation and loss of records that are currently stored in the basement. And then moving on, 2018 master plan, the matrix of plan recommendations on pages M-1 through M-11 of the plan. Leverage municipally owned properties like the municipal building and DPW site as part of a larger redevelopment with reuse scheme for the downtown area. And my comment is the proposed plan for town hall will redevelop and expand the subject building only on the site, while the master plan recommends leveraging municipally owned building sites for a larger redevelopment or reuse scheme in the downtown area. The proposed improvements here are not part of a larger recommended area for redevelopment. As such, the project as proposed may not be consistent with this recommendation. Consider relocating the municipal building as part of an overall downtown vision redevelopment strategy. The proposed plan for the town hall, my comment is the proposed plan for the town hall will maintain the existing location within the downtown. However, this recommendation suggests that the township consider relocating the building, which we just heard some commentary on. And it's unclear if such considerations were made. However, we did just hear representations made that such alternative locations were considered. So with regard to this, the project may or may not be consistent. The board should evaluate that. The next one is promote incorporation of public spaces when considering new construction of civic buildings. I note that the proposed addition to the rear of the existing town hall will include a new public courtyard, which was indicated to be about 20 feet by 30 feet, as represented by the architect this evening. At the proposed public entrance to the expanded building at Town Hall Plaza, proposed courtyard will have those two planting areas and a small courtyard space. In accordance with this recommendation, the master plan, the proposed project will incorporate a new public space in construction of the civic building. And finally, I do have a section related to the historic preservation element of the master plan, which was adopted in August of 2023. Identified two goals, which would be related to this proposed project. The first is goal number 1, to advance the preservation of community character through identification, designation, and stewardship of its historically and/or architecturally significant resources. Section 6.1.2 of the historic preservation element of the master plan, again, as I mentioned, identifies Town Hall building as potentially within the downtown historic district, which should be considered for local designation. And as such, the retention and restoration of the building under the project plan will maintain the potential historic building for future designation here within the township. And goal number 4, to revitalize Millburn's commercial districts by encouraging the maintenance, rehabilitation, and adaptive reuse of older structures and promoting high contextual design standards. Obviously, there's been some discussion on design, but I focus mostly on retention and renovation of the potentially historic building on the site is consistent with this goal, as it will maintain, rehabilitate, and adaptively reuse the structure within the downtown commercial district. And finally, just in summary, given that we do have a variety of consistent or not consistent portions of the master plan, my recommendation is for the board to consider them on balance in advance of making a recommendation. And you're also, under section 31, empowered to make any other recommendations to the governing body regarding the proposed project. Happy to answer any questions. Sorry, I went quickly, but. Yes.
Graham, I have a question. Definition of public spaces, is there a clear definition of that? Like an entrance or a 20 by 30, which I'm assuming includes the handicap ramp and other things. Is that the definition of public spaces?
As far as the threshold size, are you asking?
Yes, size or.
I would say, I'm not aware of one specifically from a planning perspective of a minimum size threshold for a public space. As indicated on the plans, there is a proposed public courtyard area that will front onto the larger Town Hall Plaza space. So, just in my evaluation of this, it feels like it's an extension or kind of an expansion of the existing Town Hall Plaza into the building and creating kind of a courtyard welcoming area. I mean, it's certainly up to the board's jurisdiction as to whether you feel that that is sufficient as far as provision of a public gathering space or civic space consistent with the building.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
I would like to open it up to the board for discussion as to whether or not we find the plans, the presentation, the new capital project, Milburn Town Hall renovation project, either consistent or, I guess, not inconsistent or inconsistent with the master plan.
So I can start.
If I may, just to be clear also, there's the entitlement to make recommendations,
Yeah.
as Mr. Petto mentioned.
Yeah. So I was thinking about this for a while since I was looking at these plans. I agree with him about sometimes can be consistent, sometimes it's inconsistent. For me, the two most important things about the master plan is the master plan is trying to make our downtown more walkable, more livable, and I don't feel that this design helps to incorporate that. The courtyard, even though it's 20 by 30 and there is no real dimension how it should be, but it's the design of the space that makes people to want to be there or just to walk and get into the building. And I feel that this courtyard is just the entrance of the building. It's not a place, it's not a continuation of the Town Hall Plaza. In summer, we have so many people there. I don't see how people are going to be hanging out there on the steps, sitting. If we go to many public buildings, we see beautiful steps, people are sitting on the steps. Here is just a stoop to get into. So my recommendation will be try to design the space a little more thinking about the public, how they can interact with the public. The streetscape is something that we mentioned almost, well, everybody who was talking here, to have that wall, the brick wall, doesn't feel inviting for people to be there. So my suggestion would be to review that area, especially that area, because it's the Town Hall Plaza where people in summer hang out.
I'd like to say, just recommendation. What I've noticed here is how can you just build a building and not know, eventually where the cars are going to be parked, or EV, or how the next lot's going to look, or, to me, it's very difficult. I agree with the courtyard too. To me, a courtyard is a walkable space, or somebody reads a book in it, or they're walking by and they find some solace in that area, and it's a public space. That's the way I define it. A courtyard, right or wrong, it's not written. I want to make it clear that money is important here, and I agree with that, but how can you truly make a decision if you don't know what's going to happen around it? So I'd like to challenge or ask the TC to take some of that into consideration too. What is the long-term plan? Because I agree with Frank that this is just in a vacuum, and we're just, about the building, and I think it's more than that. I think it should be looked at, and I agree that this should be one of the most important buildings in our community. And that's my recommendation.
I agree with the comments that Jorge and Allison made. This is going to be an expensive project. This is going to be something we're going to have for a very long time. Right now, the addition looks more like a warehouse than it does, a municipal building. I just think that we can do better, and I think that there are some ideas that were brought up, and there are some specifics that were mentioned tonight. My recommendation would be that we send this back to the architects, have them incorporate the feedback that they've heard here, and then come back before us so that we can make a determination. Because right now, there's plenty of elements on here that are not consistent with the master plan. And I think that, if we move forward with this as is, we're just settling, and that's a missed opportunity to potentially, follow the master plan in a better way, and you know, maybe this should be the start of a revitalization or a redevelopment of that area as the master plan had envisioned.
You know, when this was first brought to the TC, the thing that troubled me was that we got one answer. And I remember saying, I would like to see some alternatives. And there were people in the audience who told me I should just trust the architect. And I didn't get any support from the other 4 members of the TC at the time, although I see that may have changed. So I agree we should be looking at alternatives to incorporate. We've made a lot of suggestions tonight, and we're not going to be able to come up with a building that meets all of them. But what we can do is see some alternatives that meet a couple here, some here, you know, whatever, so that we actually have the ability to do some kind of, see what the trade-offs are, see what's better, that kind of thing. So I think, I agree. I think we need to see something, some other things to see the feedback incorporated.
And I think based on the fact that, you know, a lot of this design happened in a vacuum and without a lot of oversight, you know, I feel strongly that we should make sure that whatever revisions come back do come before this board, because we don't want to have simply 5 TC members, you know, deciding on the one plan that was put in front of them. I think there's collective expertise here. So it'd be my recommendation that we, you know, make the recommendation that changes be made and it come back before this board.
I agree with pretty much everything that's been said so far. I would add one thing to what Michael said. I appreciate that there's a sort of a tension between the new building being a complete break from the old building versus a continuation of the old building. And what I'm not an architect, so I don't have a good way to picture what the different alternatives are. I mean, just in terms of design, are there examples out there that we could see? I would love to see examples of, this is a really good example of where they kind of continued the old design, and maybe this one is too. I'm just ignorant. I'm not an architect, so, you know, where they continued the old design, or one where they made a complete break with the old design. If we're spending this much money, we can go to town if we want, make something completely modern and radical, or do we want to stick with what we have? But I'd love to see, you know, several different ways of doing this that have actually been done in practice that people consider to be, you know, really good examples of how to do it well.
I want to touch on something, so everyone's talking about design. I'd like to sort of step back and take a sort of a more rudimentary question, and then something that was in Graham's report is that this board is supposed to see if something is not inconsistent with the master plan. And one of the things that's essential in the 2018 master plan is this idea that, hey, let's take a look to see what downtown buildings that are owned by the municipality can be maybe reworked, or properties that are redone to revitalize the downtown. I've heard that there seemingly was at least some investigation into that. Before making a decision, I'd like to know more about that investigation to make sure that a fulsome review was done, because obviously there was a decision saying, okay, it's too expensive to move or do anything, we're going to do it on this land. To make a decision from the planning board, I'd like to hear more about that report that was done, so that we can make sure that we're acting within accordance of the master plan, not something that would be inconsistent or not inconsistent with the master plan.
And having the benefit of being on the TC, I do know that when the alternative was mentioned, it was basically just, oh, well, we're thinking of this site, here are the functions we'd add, here's the price tag. It didn't get into any sort of design, any of the other elements as to whether it would fit in better. So again, I think more work is necessary, and you know, I don't really think that there were a lot of viable alternatives considered. I think that more thought needs to be put into investigating whether, you know, this in its current form is the best way to go, or whether there are other options that, you know, may utilize this site or perhaps other sites.
I'd like to answer your question, Jonathan, and certainly there are books out there. They show even, you know, buildings that are half falling down and how they've incorporated something very modern and beautiful to them. Maybe Jorge knows another reference. To me, it's exciting to see an old building being being in historic preservation and see what they can do with that. And again, we're not against something very modern and attached to a historic building. So I wanted to make that clear. There are resources out there, certainly books online. Pull up some of the greatest architectural preservation of historic properties. They're quite interesting. Some of them are really off the top. I don't know that anyone would appreciate some of it, but it's being done all the time. And in all my travels, I see it a lot. Even in the Midwest, I see hospitals taking historic houses and adding on huge, beautiful buildings attached to it. So it's out there. So to take a look at that, I would highly recommend. Now, from historic preservation, I would be amiss not to mention this, but Short Hills Milburn was built with really caring about the properties, whether it's Taylor Park, whether it was this particular building. Famous architects really took the time to really make something grand and beautiful. And I think it's time we step back and start to do that, whether we utilize the historic building or not. Again, I will reiterate that I think this should be one of the most important buildings in our town. And I think it should last for 200 years, and us be proud of it.
Excellent on the design aspect of things. I would also like to know a little bit more about the green infrastructure, sustainability aspects of it to make sure that it is matching up with the master plan and that we are, again, I'm going to use the word epitome of what we're looking for in the master plan. I know we touched on it very briefly. We didn't get into detail, but I would love to see the checklist, the sustainability checklist that we have people fill out, and also want to know the details of the building. Sort of in the same house as Jorge, and that LEEDs is very nice, but there's more to it than just getting that LEED certification. And I hope we can do better than what I heard tonight. So with that being said, I think we have a lot of not consistencies that we need to handle.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I could help before tee it up for the board to make, have its vote based on its deliberation, please. Just a reminder. Thank you. Just a reminder that I should push the button. Thank you. Just a reminder that Section 31 requires a 45-day referral from the governing body to the planning board to make its consistency finding and make any recommendations. In light of the deliberations, certainly I expect the board's going to want to make that finding and make those recommendations, even assuming that the recommendation, recommendation may be that the board wants it to come back to the board. So we do want to exercise our responsibility in that regard, or else the 45 days will expire, and there is no obligation, for the governing body even to consider recommendations, because they wouldn't have been made. So in light thereof, I anticipate someone's going to make a motion, a second. There'll be a roll call vote, and that motion will include whether it's found to be consistent or inconsistent with the master plan, and at least a good shot at what the recommendations are, including if one of them is that the board wishes the project review to come back to it.
So I would propose, I'm not going to make the motion, I'll propose the motion first. I think the motion might be something along the lines of, it is not consistent with the master plan, and we make a recommendation that the feedback from tonight be incorporated into some revisions, and the information we requested be provided, and as a recommendation that it come back before this board before it proceeds. So I don't know the proper legal way to word that, but
There's,
Can I add on to that with at least a couple of alternative designs?
yes, I think so. And I think we should also make the recommendation that this go back before the Historic Preservation Committee as well, given the historic nature of the building and given the fact that we are in the process of designating the building as well.
On the alternative designs, it seems like most of the objections are with respect to the exterior rather than the interior. So we don't necessarily need full-blown, like,
Correct.
complete plans, just that renderings would be very helpful, yeah. Steve was taking notes.
no, that's okay, well, that's right, and no specific legal terms, but we have the gist of it, and I think we can memorialize it, and certainly the board will have an opportunity to review to see if we memorialized it accurately. Mike is on, but it's nowhere near me. If Councilman Saccomandi wishes to make that proposal a motion, we can have a second.
So I propose,
Oh, I think you've already made it.
Oh,
I
yes.
just think- Is it a motion?
that is a motion.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a second from the chair and a roll call vote.
Corey Biller,
I agree with the motion.
Allison Canfield,
Yes.
Michael Cohen,
Yes.
Jorge Mastro Pietro,
Yes, I agree with that.
Frank Sagamendi,
Yes.
Michael Zion,
Yeah, I agree.
Jonathan Baxter,
Yes.
Sergei Sivstov,
Yes.
Gaston Halbert.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you very much, everyone, for giving us the presentation. It was much appreciated. And I'd like to take a 5-minute recess while everybody changes positions and we get a chance to kind of change gears in our head up here. Appreciate it, thanks. See you back at 9:10.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's fine.
You're a lifesaver.
It's got to be in the picture, and the microphone needs to be held directly, that, nobody could hear anybody.
No, we
No.
changed the mic.
Oh, they changed it.
But you have to speak directly. It's a slide, but
Oh, so
I
it was
don't
never
think they,
turned on?
I don't think they picked up any.
No, the one that was here, it doesn't work. It does no battery.
Oh, this is a new
This is,
mic.
this is the new.
That was the original one,
Oh,
so.
See?
now we know.
Now we know. At
Because
least we got-
Alex was texting me, he
I
can't
know,
hear
he
anything you're
texted me
saying. I'm
too.
like, okay, well, I
Eileen, could you please do a quick roll call to make sure we're all back?
Corey Biller,
Here.
Allison Canfield,
Here.
Michael Cohen.
Here.
Frank Sagamundi.
Here.
Jorge Mastropinto.
Here.
Michael Zion.
Here.
Jonathan Baxter.
Here.
Sergei Sivstov.
Here.
Gaston Halpert.
Here. All right, before we start with the next line of business, application 24003, I would like to remind everybody that we're in a quasi-courtroom setting, and we expect that type of decorum throughout the entire process. Please be respectful of everybody speaking. Please make sure your cell phones are off. Any conversations you feel you need to have, please exit the room, close the doors so we can't hear you. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Mr. Levine?
If I may, just one caveat, please leave the door open. It's an open public meeting, so please don't close the door. Otherwise, I concur with everything the chair said.
Speak, like, literally right into it. They're not going to pick you up. They're not picking up the live stream, so just speak right into it.
And when it comes time for John to testify, how's that going to work?
You have to be at the podium, you have to be holding the microphone. I would suggest you hold it close to your mouth, otherwise you're not going to pick it up.
Like this?
Correct.
I think it keeps turning off, just like the other one.
Is that any better?
No.
Hello. Yeah, this one seems to be working a bit better.
You have to kind of like a rock star, like really.
Do I get to air guitar too? Can I do that? You guys are in for a treat. Is that any better? Good evening. When we last left you, we had told the board that we would submit revised plans that incorporated a number of comments, a number of things that we had indicated that we would do by way of plan revisions. We also, in the intervening time, have been trying desperately to obtain and finalize and submit soil testing results, which is also something that we told the board we would do. Nobody is more frustrated than the applicant. I can assure you that those aren't already in. They're almost done. It's been a struggle. Our plans are in. We'll explain to you how we revised the plans, our thinking in revising the plans. We certainly do intend to submit those soil tests, which should be ready any day now. We're aware of the preliminary results, and we can explain how those preliminary results are consistent with our design intention in revising the plans. We will be submitting those for the boards and for your consultants' review to confirm that those actual field results are consistent and would support the redesign that's shown on the plans. Those plans have been submitted. We have the benefit of some follow-up review memos from the board's consultants, and I think as an initial matter, what we should do is review with the board the details of those revisions, what they are, reply to comments and questions in the professionals' reports. The other thing is, we were under the impression that we would not have the ability technologically to project the plans. So we've gone totally old school and have a tripod and a mounted board. I've tried desperately to see if there's anybody in the crowd that had a laptop that they could use. It came up empty. So we have mounted plans. I understand it'll be difficult for the board and certainly the members of the public to see those. I apologize for that. Unless anybody else has any other bright ideas, that's kind of the way we're going to have to go, as though it was circa 1993.
Quick question, if I may, on that one. I suspect the board members have the plans, at least. Are you intending to put some exhibits up that are different than the plans, or are they the plans themselves?
They're just the plans themselves, right? They're just the plans themselves.
Okay, so it may be, not to take anything away from the board, but it may be that they can be shown that way more than this way if we have copies. So.
All right, unless there are any other questions for me, I'd like to recall John Ferrante. Would you like to place him under oath again, Mr. Warner, or shall we just remind him that he remains under oath?
You've been just reminded as such, Mr. Ferrante.
And Mr. Ferrante, you're a licensed civil engineer in the state of New Jersey?
Yes.
License still current?
Yes.
All right, so before we get started, do you in fact have what we do have in terms of a visual exhibit?
I have my old school tripod.
And again, I think the idea will
We're gonna-
be, yeah.
Yeah, and please don't block the board too much. There may be a vote to block me, but that's a...
All right, John, so we're also going to have to do a bit of a duet here.
Yeah.
I want to lead, though.
So first, just for our rec, can you identify the plans by title and the last revision date, please?
Yes, the plans that I'm going to present tonight are revision E, dated April 26, 2025.
Now, you've made a number of revisions in kind of falling under a number of different categories. Let's start with, there was a concern about the one of the turning templates in particular that we had shared with the board in the garbage truck and its egress from the site. So as an initial matter, did you undertake some plan revisions to address the turning movement of a garbage truck exiting the site onto Old Short Hills Road?
Yes, thank you. Yes, we did, and to facilitate the review, we separated the fire truck template with the waste truck template, so it's easier to see. Revision D had them both superimposed with each other, and it was difficult to see, but we did make a revision, and I believe the comments that were made were that the waste truck turning right onto Old Short Hills Road is going to encroach on the northbound lane of traffic, and we modified that so we don't longer have the encroachment.
So to be more specific about the modifications, did that require a shift of that egress driveway onto Old Short Hills Road?
We shifted slightly north, but we have it in line with the exiting lane coming from Parker, coming west out of there, so that the driveway is in line with that lane. Again, for the board, I think there was testimony, and I think the public, as well as the traffic consultant, wanted to line those lanes. To help in case the waste truck sort of would wander, we made the curb south of the driveway a mountable curb to facilitate that right-hand turn.
So under existing conditions, our plans identified some existing utility poles in that area, correct?
Correct.
And in order to facilitate this exiting movement, do those utility poles have to be moved?
We, by shifting, we were able to, there's two utility poles there. One pole will have to be moved, utility pole, and one can remain where it is.
So you say move, where is it going to be moved to?
It really depends on the utility company, but we would believe that it would be moved north of the new driveway.
But still on the subject property or in the right of way?
In the right of way.
Same side of the road?
Yes.
Correct. So this kind of utility pole, is that relatively commonly done by applicants reaching out to the utility company and coordinating a relocation on site of their existing poles?
Yes, absolutely.
So with the shift in the location of the driveway, although you've only described it as about 10 feet, does that require modification of the site distance depictions that we previously shown on the plans?
We've modified them slightly, but not enough to create a major change from what was shown previously.
But they have been revised?
Yes.
And they're consistent with the new driveway location?
Correct.
Also, with regard to turning movements and vehicular circulation, there was a recommendation that the board's traffic consultant made with regard to a curb radius in the area of the trash enclosure internal to the site. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And could you describe just the nature of that revision that was recommended?
The angle, the objection was that the angle was too sharp and it could have impacted vehicles backing out of the space, and so we softened the radius to make that issue go away.
Now, another kind of general area was lot coverage, and you'll recall that kind of during the course of our proceedings, you had provided prior testimony and shared with the board an exhibit, we use applicant's exhibit A8, that had a kind of detailed lot coverage chart. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you've described some changes to the site so far, and you will describe a few others. Did those require re-examination and recalculation of those lot coverage numbers?
Yeah, we recalculated, again, to refresh everyone's memory, this site plan has evolved from our original submission. A lot of comments were made by the board, by the board professionals. So this revision E basically brings all those changes that were presented via exhibits to a condition where they're all represented on our plan, as well as lot coverage. That was always a big item of discussion to make sure that all the impervious areas were covered, such as, I think the last time I was here, there was a comment regarding the encroachment asphalt on the intersection of Falls Short Hills and Parsons Hill Road. And we indicated via exhibit that was going to be included, and now that has been documented with revision E.
Now, you mentioned impervious coverage, and as Mr. Petto had pointed out to us during the course of the proceedings, that the actual formal definition of lot coverage is slightly more expansive than that, and that it also includes accessory structures. Do you recall that?
Yes, absolutely.
In particular, one of the accessories, because it was a new one that we had proposed, was a 900 square foot play area.
Correct.
And do those lot coverage calculations include that play area?
Correct, yes, it does.
We had also, again, in response to questions and requests for information, indicated on the plans the location of a potential hot box, correct?
Correct.
And generally speaking, where is that located on the plan?
It's on the northeast corner of the building. Again, to refresh everyone's memory, all the utilities come into the building from Old Short Hills Road.
Do they come in underground or above ground?
Underground, correct. And the water lines are usually dictated by New Jersey American Water. And New Jersey American Water has standards from the tying point where the tap is made. And their detail, they have a standard detail that if you're in the neighborhood of 100 feet, they may require a hot box. If we have located an underground metering pit and valving so that we would not have an above ground unsightly hot box. So that
John, if you could, just for those who may not be familiar, the jargon hot box, what exactly is that?
a hot box is a colloquial term that means whenever you have water and you have all the valving that are above grade, because of our severe winters, that enclosure is heated.
So you also indicated in your transmittal letter that you submitted along with the plans, some of the parking spaces on site had been relocated, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you just basically describe those,
Correct.
summarize the relocation?
Yeah, what we did was in relocating and optimizing the parking stalls, it was our attempt to create additional impervious, to reduce the impervious coverage, to give us a buffer. So currently, based on what we're presenting, we have a 334 square foot buffer in impervious coverage. Sorry.
I hate to use the word. Just for clarification, are you talking about a margin below the maximum lot coverage number?
That's correct.
Not some other number?
Correct.
So by doing that, did the proposed number of parking spaces change?
No.
And did any of those, the size of them, reduce below any applicable dimensional requirements?
No.
So, shifting gears just a little bit in terms of, one of the other things that were revised on these plans was grading in certain respects, correct?
There were minor grade changes, yes.
Now, you indicated that you recalculated building height. Had there been any changes at all to the proposed, facade or physical structure of the building itself?
No, it's,
So why would you undertake a recalculation of building?
there were minor grade changes that was so, again, the allowable building height is calculated based on the average grade. So based on that, we recalculated the average grade, which is 31.8 feet, and we're allowed two-story, 32 feet. So we're under, so that we made that minor change to the quality.
And so it still complies?
It complies.
And I'm sorry, just to sum up before, I should have asked you this. So after the recalculations that you did, what is the total proposed lot coverage number that the plans now show?
Yes, the total is, I'm sorry, I have it here. Again, 35% of the lot area, we're allowed 50,664.6. And what we're providing, we're showing on the revision drawing is 50,330. And that's the margin that we have that I discussed previously of 334.6 square feet.
So stormwater is another general area of revision. So there's been a redesign of the stormwater management system, correct?
That's correct.
So there's been a lot of discussion, and one of the main reasons in terms of verifying the actual classification of the soil type on site as opposed to relying on mapping or assumptions was one main area. But another was seasonal high water table, whether there is one and what the height of it is, correct?
Correct.
So you were redesigning these plans kind of in a parallel track with obtaining additional soil sampling, correct?
That is correct.
And those results were not in hand when you revised the plans, correct?
Right, the plan had to be submitted 10 days before, and the geotechnical work on the site happened last week.
So in order to achieve that, did you have to make a certain assumption, kind of a worst-case scenario assumption, if you will, as to what the seasonal high water table actually is?
Correct. So what we did was, in revising the plans, I guess everyone recalls, there was a lot of discussion on the seasonal high water table, which was based on the 5 borings that we initially did on the project, and regarding where the modeling was and so forth. So based on that, we decided in revising the drawings and considering that we wouldn't have had the geotechnical report in time to make the plan submission, we decided to assume a seasonal water table that is elevated in relation to the existing grade. So we designed assuming that the seasonal high water table is 2 feet below the existing grade. And so we redesigned our system to be a shallower underground system, so that, again, so that the the issue of whether the underground storage system is below the water table is eliminated.
So John, just to back up for a second, you said, so assume it was 2 feet. How did you come up with that number? Was that just kind of randomly selected, or what was it based on where you
It was
determined
based
that that
on
was
the-
what you would use?
Yes, the soil boring that we had performed, where the modeling.
These are previous soil.
Previous soil, that the ones that we had done up to that point. The DEP.
And I'm sorry, and you had the results back from these?
Those
You've done
actu-
all of those analyses. Those were forming the basis of the updated stormwater management report that had been submitted several weeks before.
For revision D, yes. And without, let's say, the additional data, even as the objector's engineer indicated, that the DEP, whenever you don't, there's not sufficient amount of soil data, you have to assume that the seasonal high water table is at the highest modeling that you observe on the site. And that's what we assume.
Yeah, has been a lot of back and forth as to mottling that was observed in the soil samples and the extent to which that definitively establishes the seasonal high water table. It's been our contention throughout that that's one of several indicia, but it's not dispositive of the issue, correct?
Correct.
But that's the level where the modeling was observed.
On some of the points, yes.
On some of the, not all of them.
Not all.
Okay, so you had said that as a result of that, that requires what, essentially keeping the stormwater system underground?
Well,
But making it shallower and then broader, is that correct? Wider?
Correct. So the volume that you have to retain, you either, the volume is created by length, width times depth. So based on that, the prior design, we had a deeper system, which reduced the length and width of the aerial plan horizontally. So with this system, we had to go with a wider system, but a much shallower system. But in essence, the net result is the requirement for stormwater management that the DEP imposes on a site such as this is still being met. The revision D plan met those requirements, and so does this plan, yes.
So, again, so the updated on-site testing has been performed. We're still waiting to get the formal written results from that back, correct?
Correct.
Have you had the opportunity to reach out to try to get at least a preliminary indication as to what those results are showing?
Yeah, we've been literally pressing them daily, but so the last time we spoke was before I left the office to come here tonight, and they were able to share with me some of the results, and the results are, from our perspective, are much more positive in that the seasonal high water table is lower, much lower than the assumption of 2 feet, and so we now, with that data, assuming that the final report is consistent, we have to make a decision whether we want to value engineer the system to reduce its footprint, aerial footprint. But at least the data is favorable, and we'll obviously, when we revise the stormwater management report, that data will be incorporated and shared with the board, the board's engineer, and Martha, as well as the public.
So the preliminary results support the accuracy of your underlying assumptions in designing this shallow water system?
It validates our Rev D design.
And even more so than Rev E, is that true?
Well, they're both consistent and said that they meet the stormwater management requirement for the site.
So there had also been a fair amount of discussion about the proposed, we had characterized it as a rain garden that ran along the southern boundary of the egress driveway out to Old Short Hills Road. I think your summary of the changes indicated that that had been replaced. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What has that been replaced with?
Well, we went with a stormwater management unit, a structured unit similar to the one we have in the upper lot. And it's designed for water quality. And we've chose to remove the rain garden, even though I like the rain garden, but I think there was a lot of comments about the rain garden, so we just decided to remove it and go with a structured device.
And the structured device still complies with the DMP requirements?
Correct.
And again, you said it's essentially the same type of device that was already being used on site, just with the upper lot?
Correct.
So it's similarly underground, correct?
Correct.
So we had indicated, and again, this is one of the things that we had explained that we would do, was prior to eliminating the rain garden, we had also eliminated some retaining walls in that area. Have those been, are those still planned to be eliminated, not be incorporated into the plan?
Correct.
And we had indicated that because of that, there would be a modification of the grading in that area, correct?
Correct.
And is that one of the grading adjustments that was incorporated into these revised plans?
Yes.
You had also indicated, John, that under drains had been added underneath the pervious pavement and sand filters, is that right?
Correct.
So why is that? I mean, what's the purpose of those and how will they function?
Yeah, so as far as the sand filter and the grass swale
Mr.
that's
Fronte.
west of the upper lot.
Pardon me, Mr. Fronte. I'm sorry, I can't see everybody, I can't see who is talking, but please, let's have some respect for everybody up here. We're trying to listen. It's very difficult when people are having conversations back in the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, again, for the board, there was a lot of discussion regarding, at least the claim that the sand filter was encroaching on the 25-foot setback, even though the sand filter is underground. So we removed that let's call it obstruction with that encroachment. So we reduced the sand filter size so that it does not encroach on the 25-foot buffer. And in doing that, what we decided was to have an under drain system and design sand filter, grass swale as a green infrastructure, which was designed as well to primarily for water quality, and then as far as water quantity, the water will be conveyed to the upper lot stormwater management facility. So that was one of the changes that we made for the sand filter.
With regard to landscaping, have we provided additional landscape materials on the western and southern portions of the site?
Yes.
And what type of plantings are those?
In the prior version, we had primarily evergreens with some deciduous, but now because of all the testimony and concern with visual impact from neighbors to the west, we went with a complete line of evergreens on the western side of the property and continued on to the southern side.
And what is the spacing on those plantings?
I believe 5'7".
So as we've undergone plan revisions during the course of the proceedings, we've updated the tree count and the tree replacement requirements. So with this further revision to the landscaping plan, did those numbers require adjusting as well?
Yes.
And so what is the current, as we've calculated, a tree replacement requirement?
So figure 2 has a table of all the existing trees, and that table also notes which trees are to be removed and which trees are to be replaced. And if you recall, the prior version of the landscaping plan had a note removed. that was incorrect. It should have said to be removed, so we made that correction. And we also took advantage of the ordinance as a requirement that if an existing tree is in the footprint of future construction for the project, that tree removal does not count. So we've noted that, which trees fall within the zone allowed, not reduction, but the reduction in providing additional trees to replace the tree that's counted. So in essence, figure B now has, we summarize 127 trees that need to be replaced based on the formula that the ordinance has, and we're providing 165. So we have a positive 38 additional trees that we're providing. And a lot of those trees are the evergreens to the western side that I spoke of.
Pursuant to those same standards that you referred to earlier, John, do they also contemplate that dead or diseased trees, if they're removed, do not generate a replacement requirement?
Correct, that's part of that.
And as part of prior reviews of our plans, the forester had identified there's up to 4 trees that she recommended be removed because they were dead or dying in poor health, correct?
Correct.
So do these updated calculations reflect that as well?
Yes.
Does that pretty much cover the revisions that you made that are reflected in Rev E?
Yeah, just point out there's the figure 5, if I may. I apologize to the board, I can actually turn it at the board. Figure 5 was added to provide additional detail on the underground stormwater management system. So we provided cross sections that were so what we did was, if I may, for the board, I'd like to turn it, because what we did was, it's not well visible to the drawings that you have, so I highlighted the existing grade in blue. The final grade is obviously, you can see the final grade, sorry. I apologize, I'll turn around from the other side. So we're showing the existing grade in blue, the assumed, as indicated before, the water table, the seasonal high water table in yellow. And what you see, we also added tonight, based on the verbal data we received from the soil geotechnical company, the red shows where the actual seasonal high water table is. So you can see that the actual seasonal water table in red is well below the redesigned, shallower stormwater management system. Both the top part is a cross-section, north-south on the upper lot, stormwater management. The section at the bottom of our sheet is a east-west section across the upper stormwater management as well as the lower stormwater management. But what's important here is that even with the redesigned shallower system, even with the assumed worst condition of a seasonal high water table, the system meets the requirement. There is one small area you see here on the lower lot stormwater management that shows that the bottom of the stormwater management, based on the assumed 2 feet below grade seasonal high water table, would be about a foot below the seasonal high water table. But with the final data, we're well above that requirement.
And complying with any applicable separation standards that are required to be met under the stormwater regs?
Correct.
I don't have any further
I'm sorry,
questions.
before you leave that, Mr. Chairman, if I may, if I understood you correctly on Figure 5, Rev E, that there was some information that was added, perhaps in red, with respect to the seasonal high water table this evening.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that that page, this is where the attorney gets very technical and procedural. That page is different than what was previously provided to the board, correct? The balance of the plans that you referred to, are they exactly the same as what was previously provided to the board?
Exactly the same,
Okay.
other than I've made the color
I
highlights.
Understood. That's what I gleaned from your testimony. So just to be hyper vigilant, we'll, and not hyperventilate, we will mark that A, whatever exhibit is next. Thank you, Eileen.
I'll mark
So-
it for identification as A11 with today's date, and also, just for our record, so the coloring, John, correct me if I'm wrong, looks as though they're just kind of with freehand highlighters, correct? Correct.
Yeah, I think it was just the red coloring that was new, correct, Mr. Ferrante?
Correct.
Okay, so hopefully the record's clear now, and we have that exhibit, so it is different than what was previously submitted. Nothing wrong with that, just the technicality of marking it as an exhibit as opposed to not.
Mr. Chairman, can I turn it to show the...
Please,
the side of the- And then I'll show it to the public as well.
Just-
So again, as I indicated, that we added the cross-sections to clarify the stormwater management system. So it was shown on the drawing, but not very visible, the existing grade in blue. The assumed seasonal high water table in yellow, and tonight I added at least the verbal information that was provided to me by the geotechnical company in red, which is the actual seasonal high water table, and what the red dots are is where the soil boring, or the test pit was located, so that it's dimensionally correct. With that, I'm going to show the public now. Sorry. I apologize for the low-tech presentation. So, as I've been explaining, figure 5 we added cross-sections to clarify what the stormwater management system was. What we've done was the drawing showed the existing grade, which is, I highlighted in blue, and the assumed seasonal high water table in yellow. And based on the information that we received, in red is the actual seasonal high water table that the geotechnical engineering company that did the field work found. And so the section at the top of the drawing is across the north-south of the upper lot stormwater management unit. The cross-section at the bottom of the sheet, figure 5, was drawn across the top stormwater management, across the bottom, so that we pick up the stormwater management system at the upper lot as well as the lower lot. And obviously, the yellow assumes seasonal high water table had the system in the lower lot in this corner, slightly within the water table. But as you can see with the new information, we're well below that.
You know, we fully intend to, and again, any day now, you continue to hound me.
They promised me that they should be available by Friday.
Okay. And they've said that. But we fully intend to get, and we'll package that up and fold that into our updated stormwater and submit that to them.
Right. In essence, they did quite a investigation. They dug 9 test pits across the site, and all that information, and they performed infiltration tests as well as required by Chapter 12 of the DMP. So it'll be quite a comprehensive report that we'll share with the board.
Thank you, Mr. I don't have any more questions for Mr. Ferrante. You're probably gonna have to hold on to that.
With the chair's permission, I apologize for going first, but I just had a couple of quick questions, if I may. The April 28, 2025 cover letter that was submitted with Mr. Ferrante's revised Rev E provisions, I think a lot of it was testified to, but am I correct to assume that, Mr. Ferrante, that all of these items on pages 1, 2, and 3 were revisions that were made and that you're representing were made on these plans?
Correct.
As they appear on the April 28 memo?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know if, I don't want to steal Mr. Petto or Ms. Callahan's thunder, but was somebody going to include, perhaps Mr. Ferrante, going to address their newest reports that were rendered in light of, as I understand it, the revised plans? Mr. Petto's is May 6th, and Ms. Callahan, her report is May 5.
Just in terms of efficiency, Mr. Chair. In preparing your questions, we went through with reference to both Mr. Ferrante's transmittal letter as well as Mr. Petto's kind of itemization of the revisions that had been made, and also looking at their reports, tried to answer their questions. Maybe it would make sense to turn it over to Ms. Callahan and Mr. Petto, and to the extent we haven't addressed their questions, they could, with reference to their own reports, follow up with us.
Reasonable.
Mr. Petto, would you like to go first? Are there any questions that you have that Mr. Ferrante maybe did not address?
She's the engineer.
Or Martha, do you have any questions? Or
I didn't have my report with me.
okay.
Turn it out.
Maybe it'll work. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Ferrante. Thank you. Just, I think most significantly with respect to my updated report that I submitted is my notation that there is a design waiver that is required of the application with respect to DRZ 516.3, which stipulates conformance with the requirements set forth in 609.3. I was wondering if you could just provide testimony to the relief, that may be required, or what the with respect to that section, and then in furtherance to that is 516.8, which speaks to landscaping requirements. So it's a much more narrative section. There are no real dimensional standards within there, but it speaks about landscaping treatments. I was wondering if you could just address those in testimony to support that.
Well, Mr. Petto, I think that does require testimony, but I was planning on providing testimony through witnesses other than Mr. Ferrante.
Oh, certainly. That's fine.
Can I say I didn't agree with it?
That was the most. That was the main question that I had regarding my report. So, but thank you for your testimony.
Good evening. I did look at the drawings. I've been
Like to open up the questioning to the board? Mr. Billy?
Yeah, I have a question about the drainage system. So the new wider, shallower drainage system was based on the assumption of that 2 foot. And you had mentioned, so first question, I guess, if the new system complies with the assumed 2 foot, then in theory, unless the report came back with a more shallow, which was not anticipated, then that sort of addresses the concerns. Now, you mentioned then today, though, upon hearing the actual feedback or the actual report, that there might be some value engineering. Can you explain what you meant by value engineering? And more specifically, can we just come up with an agreement as to what depth that system is so that we can try to move on from this issue?
Understood. What we meant by value engineering is once we have the final data, we have the ability and the option to optimize the system from a cost perspective, because the current design, the shallower design, requires a much larger pervious pavement, which is more expensive than regular paving. Based on my experience, it's more optimal to dig slightly deeper than spread the system wider. Plus the wider the system, it'll be more costly. So for our client's benefit, we would value engineer it. But
Is that a typical step in any kind of a construction project from between approval and field installation?
correct.
And will these updated test results enable us to determine whether that's an opportunity or not, and what those
Correct.
levels would be?
Correct. And again, but we have to meet all the DEP requirements and as well as the ordinance for stormwater management. All the reductions have to be met, the separation distances, the system. If you recall, we made the decision for it not to infiltrate based on the soil conditions that we had in the past. Based on the Booten series and the soil borings that we have done, that the infiltration for this site does not makes sense, logical. Although the geotechnical engineer, based on his infiltration test, has indicated that, and the site, yes, the site has some of the borings show that we may be able to infiltrate. So we'll make that decision once we have all the data.
So is it correct that as we sit here tonight, we don't know definitively how wide or low that water system's gonna be quite yet?
Correct, well, correct, in that I owe it to my client to do the value engineering.
Okay.
But the next revision of the stormwater report will indicate what the final dimensions are.
Okay, thank you. And just, can we move now to this sort of, the topic of the buffer? I understand from your reports that you're now gonna have a revised fencing and moving it back and having plantings and moving the water system that was under there. Can you just give more detail, sort of
So what,
the height of the trees, things like that, because I know that's a big concern.
The trees are 6 feet, as shown on the drawing, that were the evergreens that we're proposing. The fence, again, the fencing, there's an existing fence that we have stipulated during meetings that it would be repaired and replaced if needed. So the fence is staying on where we're proposing the fence to stay. We're not moving the fence 5 feet into the buffer, but the trees will be in front of the fence, depending on which perspective you have, so.
Well, from the perspective of the adjoining property owner, the trees will be behind the fence.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to follow up on that question, does the height of the tree include the ball?
Excuse me?
Does the height of the tree include the ball?
No, that's the exposed portion.
The exposed portion will be 6 feet. Okay, thanks.
I'll start with the buffer. It's great that you've added the trees, and I presume they're going to grow a lot higher than 6 feet is the plan. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that prompted a lot of these changes was reference back to 609.3. We don't have to decide, the final question here as to whether it applies word for word, but one thing that still concerns me is 609.3C says, in the remaining buffer area, a solid and continuous landscape screen shall be planted and properly maintained to conceal the parking area. So conceal the parking area, eliminate the glare of automobile lights throughout the year, and screen the building from the abutting residential areas. Looking at the plans now, I don't think that's going to happen given the height of the parking lot above at least the residential area on the west and probably to the south too, because you've got a strip of car parks on the western side, and another like 7 to 10 on the southern side, pointing at neighbouring properties that I believe sit lower than that parking lot, and hence, a car coming in the headlights are going to shine over the top of those trees for an awful long time. Has there been any consideration given to planting something much closer to the car park, in front of where the trees pull in, so that we could actually satisfy this requirement of eliminating the glare of the automobile lights throughout the year? Or a fence even there or something, because I don't think, as it stands, you could satisfy this requirement.
Well, the requirement is to plant evergreens and have a solid fence. We do have a solid fence, we have the evergreens. So we believe we meet and then also when you look at the grades of where the car is parked, in relation to where the fence is, the headlights will be blocked, because the headlight is typically about 3 feet above the ground.
Now, do you have on-site and off-site topos so that we can actually indicate what those elevations are?
We do not have topography off our property, but we do have it on our property. The existing grade on the western side, starting from the northern side, start at 326, and down at the bottom of the western side is if I read this correctly, 315, 314. That's the existing grade. The parking lot has been the final grade of the parking lot, starting at the northernmost of the parking.
That's under the assumption that the car is pulling in perpendicular, right? But it's not. It's pulling in, it's coming in heading southwards, and then it's turning westwards. So it's going through a 90-degree arc with the headlights. So they're sweeping from the southwestern corner to the western side. So you are sweeping from higher up.
Right, so the cars the driveway is north-south, so the cars coming into the parking lot will be facing south.
Right.
And when they turn, they'll be turning west. So as they're turning, based on the topography that we have, the fence, the solid fence, will block the lights as well as the plantings. So.
Well, but no, it won't. That's what I'm getting
As
at.
far as that's concerned, that's meeting the requirement of the buffer.
I hear what you're saying. I'm just going to give an example, though. So, for example, if I'm pulling in south and pulling into, say, the third parking lot from the southern end on the western side, it's marked as 319 feet, and the lights are going to sweep across the southwestern corner, which is, as you just said, is 313 feet. So that's a 6-foot difference, which is the height of the fence. In other words, the beam of those lights is at the height of the top of the fence.
Yes.
Do you see what I'm saying?
The driveway coming from the southern side along the east-west, that grade is 320, which is about 4 feet above the elevation at the property.
Right, so it's going to, the lights, as you turn, right, the top of that fence, if we assume it's 6 feet, okay, is going to be at about the same height as the car lights. In fact, the car lights will be the height of the car above that, actually.
I don't want to be argumentative, but 320 plus a light that's about 3 feet above would be 323. And so the grade there is at 317 plus 6 is 323. So we're practically there, slightly.
Right, at the fence directly to the west of that parking lot, right? But that's what I want to talk. I'm talking about the fact that the car starts facing south with its lights on. As it turns to the west, its lights will sweep from the south to the west.
Understood.
And hence across the top of the fence at the southern end of the property, southwestern end of the property. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, at that point, your statement is correct. Yes.
Okay.
Can
Some-
you, can you describe what's the current fence that's there, and why was the decision made to maintain the current fence instead of putting something else?
The fence is a wooden solid fence, and the decision to repair the existing fence was made by my client.
So, if there's a deficiency in height, are you able to remediate or make it higher, or consider?
Well, if based on the board members' commentary, a higher fence would do that, but the trees will grow eventually.
Eventually, like 3 years, 5 years from now?
3 years. Those arborvitaes tend to grow pretty quickly.
Okay.
To be fair, I don't think we're supposed to decide things based on how they will be eventually. We're supposed to look at the information, the plans that are in front of us, and it sounds like at the moment, the plan does not meet the requirements to fully shield the headlights.
But the way
that not correct?
we always read that requirement, if we were to design parking lots so that as cars change direction and sweep, and the beam of the car is can be, let's say, as indicated by the board member. All the presentations I've done to boards, and which is our hundreds, parking lot design, it's always the light as it's pulling into space. And that's the standard we always use, but the way we read that buffer requirement, first, I mean, if I may, just off the cuff, is that I know our attorney indicated that will be discussed, but we don't read it that way, that the 609.3 is a requirement for us. My personal opinion.
Can I add another question, and I'll finish? So I had another question about the stormwater. So it seems that in order to meet the depth requirements, you're actually raising the grade by up to about 7 feet in certain places. Is that correct?
Well, the grade has been raised before, not because of, to avoid that issue with stormwater management. The grades are the grades that we designed so that the difference, don't forget, the site is heavily sloped from the north to the south.
Mm-hmm.
So to mitigate the slope of the property, we had to regrade the parking lot. So that drove the decision of the grades of the parking lot, not necessarily the.
Okay, understood, but yeah, and then the topographical lines are with reference to the redesigned grade, not the original grade. Is that correct? The topography on this map here that we're talking.
The proposed grades?
Yeah, the proposed grades, yes. Okay.
No, sorry. These ones are the proposed grades, or this is the existing grades?
Well, we show both. The proposed grades are solid lines. On figure 2 is existing grades.
So hold on, if I'm looking, just to help me understand here, if I'm looking at figure 3 here, the dotted lines are existing grades or proposed grades?
Approach.
It's a chill map.
The gray, light shaded topography is the existing grade, and the solid lines are the proposed grade.
Okay, does that potentially, because you're flattening this out, does that affect even our previous discussion about how, because we were referring to the existing grade, because we were looking at the dotted grey lines here when we were discussing where exactly would the headlights be, but it sounds like the car park itself may be higher, right?
No, what I indicated, the way we graded the site, so if you notice, the existing grades at the property line, the gray topography.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as from the edge of the new parking lot, as soon as we start to regrade in a western direction, we quickly intersect the existing grade so that we minimize the amount of disruption to that part of the site. So
I guess what I don't understand is, do these dotted grey lines do not, though, reflect the final grade of these parking spots, or they do?
No, the underneath is the existing grade, it's there, that's what that topography shows. The solid lines is the proposed grade, which is different than the existing grade.
Right, but it's higher than the existing grade or not? Oh, the solid line, I see what
It
we're
is,
saying,
it is
okay,
higher,
it is
yes.
higher, right, okay, so you were referring to the solid lines in our discussion, not the grey lines?
Correct.
Okay, got it. I got one more question. Sorry, guys. This is more of a bookkeeping question. On the zoning data, you've listed the minimum buffer to adjacent residents. This is on figure 1, Rev E. Minimum buffer to adjacent residents and minimum parking setback, you've listed both as 31.4 feet. But if I look at the plan, the northwest corner I don't think is 31.4 feet. I mean, if I follow the setback line, which is the 25-foot line, and I look at the northwestern corner of the parking lot, it looks to be maybe 1 foot further than that, so say 26 feet.
It's, yes.
I'm sorry, though, was that for the residential buffer or the parking setback?
For minimum buffer to adjacent residents was 31.4, minimum parking setback was 31.4.
Right, no, I got that, but
My reference here is to the parking.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The
sorry,
parking
yeah.
lot. And the answer was that it was only 26?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
didn't-
I asked the question, I don't know what the answer is.
I thought I heard the answer, confirming your
Okay.
question. I couldn't keep track of which one of the two it was.
Well, I'm putting the scale on the corner, I'm looking at the corner of the northernmost parking space on the western side,
Yeah, I can show you exactly what I'm pointing to.
right, to
Yeah.
the property line. That dimension is 28 feet.
28 feet, okay.
So the parking setback 31.4 is changing to 28 feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, got it.
That's all, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Start with the hot box. Emergency power, is that electrical or gas powered?
That is not something I worked on as far as emergency power.
Okay. Well, how does it stay warm if the electricity goes out and it's freezing outside?
Well, typically, hot boxes have an electric heater. In our case, we've located it underground, so the need for heating as if it was above ground is less. But even my experience of the ones that I've done, that even underground utility boxes will require, it's better to provide some heat from the building.
From the building, and is there going to be a generator or something associated with the heat from the building? Or? or just
Aware that
gas?
there's a generator was proposed.
Okay, so no generator, okay. Heat from the
What
building.
happens in the power outage?
So he said, heat from the building, if it's gas heat, then they run some type of piping or air out there. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I'm speculating.
I was saying, what happens in, I didn't understand what happens in a power outage in that case?
Well, the power outage, obviously, if it's a long power outage.
We've had them as long as a week in this town.
Water lines, as long as we all know, as long as the water is moving, keep the faucets open, it will not freeze. The fact that it's underground is less of an issue if it was an above-ground metering pit.
Less of an issue, but what, you know,
Well, it's an issue, again, how long is the power outage? An underground utility box, okay, will not freeze in any normal power outage. But again, we all know, even in apartments, that when the weather freezes heavily, you let the water drip so it doesn't freeze. So that's one solution. Whether an emergency generator will be designed, that's not.
We're not proposing one, it's not on the plan.
Second question is back to stormwater. I was looking at the drawings, and I believe on the old drawings, the outlet pipe was 2-inch, and now it's 4-inch, is that correct?
Say again?
The pipe connecting the stormwater retention system or storage system to the sanitary line? Or
No, the stormwater and sanitary are.
sorry, stormwater to the stormwater line. How big is the outlet?
Right, so what we have, to do stormwater management and to be able to reduce the flow out of the property to below the pre-development, what we do is we have in the stormwater management underground system, it's called an orifice, which is a smaller opening that allows a small amount of water coming out of the stormwater management unit. And as the water builds up behind it and builds up above the system, eventually that water will overflow. We have an overflow weir, and so the sizing of that system has to be based on reducing the total water that's coming out of the system, but to below what it would be in a pre-development scenario. So we have the 50, 75, and 80% reductions that's required, and we meet that. In fact, we meet that consistently.
Okay, and did the size of that orifice
The
change?
orifice?
Yep.
I should know it. The orifice is a 4-inch line. And it varies. For example, on the third compartment of the upper lot, it's 2.5 inches. So we vary it so that overall, in the flood routing calculations, the amount of water that's coming out from the stormwater management system is lower than the pre-development. So the size of the orifice is what we use to control the flow.
Okay, so even though it increased from 2 to 4, then you're still meeting the required reduction?
Absolutely.
Okay, and same on that note, the objector's engineer had noted or made a comment that the capacity of the stormwater retention system might be smaller than what it should be because I believe a Class D runoff was used instead of a lower runoff. Was that comment taken into account in this new stormwater system?
Yes, we made that correction. So we used a hydrological soil group C, which is the Booten series, and the geotechnical report will also provide data to substantiate the hydrological soil group and confirm whether the Boone series that we are allowed to use because it's available is the correct one, or that it's a different one.
Okay, very good. On the sand filter, there are perforated pipes that are, it's underground drainage, perforated pipes leading to the main drain. Is there a waiver required by the DEP for that? Or, okay, just checking.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
No.
All right. I think that's all the questions I have. Anybody else?
I just wanted to clarify, so if there's a prolonged outage, aside from the water, electricity-wise, is there any redundancies or anything in place?
I didn't design the building, so I can't answer that question. The architect will probably be best to answer.
Okay.
Graham, I actually have a question for you. In your latest report, it now says that there is a design waiver required for failure to comply with 6093, DRZ 6093, which I think is different from a prior opinion you had. Can you clarify that?
Not different in my remarks at the last meeting, when I kind of summarized my, initial kind of position regarding the application of the 25-foot buffer with respect to conditional use standards and then the design waiver standards, I did not have the benefit of the final revised plan that we had this evening. So I was able to evaluate what the plan was presented this evening with the additional landscaping features and other things in context of the 516 requirement. So
Okay.
that's why that has been identified because of the plan revisions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I believe, Ms. Story, are you in the audience? Yep. Would you like to cross-examine the witness? Based on this testimony only, though.
Share with you. Thanks. So forgive me, I just have some notes I'm going to run through. Nicole Dorey and Connell Foley on behalf of Sustainable Development for Millburn Township. So Mr. Ferrante, you indicated you would be doing some value engineering of the stormwater system, and you had a revision D of your plans, you had a revision E of your plans, so would there be a revision F of your plans that would be submitted to the board before the next meeting?
Potentially.
Okay.
Decision we'll make once we have the data.
Right, okay, and so you really do need all this soil testing to confirm the size and scope of your stormwater system, correct?
Based on the preliminary data that we were given, our design is sufficient for what we're showing. Value engineering is a decision we'll make with our client if he wants to go through that process. But I suspect that there may be other changes that will require revision to the drawings. For example, this is your, in the driveway, he asked for that clarification, and we'll provide that. But a lot of these changes, frankly, will be done during compliance.
Okay, but with respect to compliance with the township's stormwater requirements, which is incorporates the state standards, it requires a stormwater management report, right? Right, and the soil testing, correct? So all of that hasn't been submitted to the board yet, and it would be submitted before the next meeting, correct? And any changes that are necessitated as a result of that soil testing that confirms whether this system will work will be revised in the plans so that the board can act on a compliant stormwater system. Is that correct?
It's correct in fact, but the stormwater system that we presented tonight meets all the requirements. All we need to do is confirm the assumptions.
You also testified earlier that you had to revise some of the sight lines. Were those submitted to the board yet, or are those going to be? And with regard to the the change in landscaping in the buffer area. You previously testified you're not a landscape architect, correct? Okay, so who made the decision to change the landscaping and where to place the plantings for this revision?
Decided based on all the commentary, listening to all the meetings, either online or here, that this evergreen issue and buffering was a big concern, both based on your questioning and testimony. So we decided to comply and provide the evergreen, and our drawings reflect that.
Okay, and so was the placement of the evergreens decided by you or someone else from your office, or, I mean, how was it decided?
By me,
Okay,
in concert with the client had input, and we provided the landscaping evergreens as shown on the drawing, yes.
okay, and in making that decision on where to place the landscaping within the buffer area, did you review section 609.3 regarding buffers and the requirements in there?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and was an attempt made to meet the requirements of section 609.3?
As far as the zigzagging planting of the trees?
Well, let's just take some of the requirements of 609.3 individually. One of them is to have a contiguous buffer area with residential property lines of uniform width. And then a 6-foot high stockade or other wood fence and a dense evergreen planting within the buffer area.
We meet that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just as a point of efficiency, we're very familiar with what the ordinance requirements are. We consciously made the decision, and it's reflected in our plans. That's what we're proposing.
Okay, but there was testimony provided by the applicant's engineer, and there was also a request for additional testimony in the planner's report as to why the applicant couldn't meet the requirements of 609.3 to support a design waiver. So I'm trying to understand, is Mr. Ferrante going to be making that testimony, or is there another witness that will be?
The design waiver is based on the fact that based on Mr. Petto's analysis, that parking lots would require 50-foot buffer, right? So in essence, that analysis says that any parking lot in this town, whether it's in any zone, because 609 is more of a commercial, not residential, would require a 50-foot buffer. And the question to the board, are all parking lots in the town that have been approved have 50-foot buffers? I do not know the answer to that.
Okay, but just going back to my question, was an attempt made to try to comply with the requirements of 609.3 when you were redesigning the buffer area, specifically the requirement for a 6-foot high stockade fence that's set back 5 feet from the property lines in order to provide screening and particularly to eliminate the glare of automobile headlights? Did you consider the placement perhaps of an additional fence,
Again,
or?
Based on all the exchange we have with the board member, moving that fence 5 feet into the buffer, how's that different than having a fence on the property line as far as buffering the headlights?
Well, during the testimony, I think from the questioning from Mr. Baxter, you admitted that there were certain areas where the headlight, when you were turning cars, that the headlight glare would reach over the elevation of the existing stockade fence.
A stockade fence in that scenario would not block the lights, no.
And what about if you put a 6-foot stockade fence or any fencing right next to the parking area? Wouldn't that block the glare of headlights?
Not in the scenario that the board member indicated. Remember, the scenario was that as the cars are turning, as it sweeps, coming from the upper lot, the grade being higher on that driveway, the lights would be shining above the fence.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
I disagree. That the point is when the fence is, because of the elevation drop from the boundary of the parking lot to the existing the property line with the neighbor, that's what's causing the problem. So if the fence was shifted to the boundary of the parking lot, it'd be 6 feet high, and unless your car lights were over 6 feet, more or less, you wouldn't be shining above that.
Right, but as the light sweeps, so by moving the fence closer to the edge of the parking lot,
Well, imagine you have a 6-foot high fence around both the western and the southern edge of the parking lot. That's what I'm conceiving, right?
Okay, now.
That's what I'm talking about.
Understood.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Ultimately, it's our position, oh, I may need that, I'm sorry. Ultimately, it's our position that we don't require a waiver from that standard, and we will make that argument at the appropriate time. It doesn't come through Mr. Ferranti. Alternatively, if the board ultimately decides that, yes, it does apply and you need to comply with it, we would seek a waiver. The board will either grant that waiver or deny that waiver. But pursuing 20 minutes of questioning, did you consider this? Are you aware of the ordinance? Do you know what it says? Do you know this section? Have you thought about this? What about that? This is what we're proposing. This is what's before the board. And discussing hypothetical alternatives, I would suggest that this multi-month stage of the process is not particularly helpful.
Can I just respond to that?
Please.
There's been several iterations of the plans. They've been constantly changing over the course of the hearings, including in the buffer area. So, compliance with the buffer requirements, if there is a design waiver, which the board's planner is stating that there are at least more than one design waivers related to this buffer requirement based on these plans that have been submitted, some witness is going to have to provide the basis for that design waiver. And if it's not Mr. Ferranti, then who will it be?
Okay, but he's the only one here tonight, though, so are you able to provide the testimony?
Not with regard to the buffer.
Okay,
But I gave my opinion.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, so no other iteration of the fencing was considered when the applicant was redesigning the buffer area for this submission?
The plans are, what we're presenting tonight is what we're proposing.
And with regard to the plantings in the buffer area, I believe those are the Thuja Green Giants, is that right? And when do you expect that those plants would be, how many years would it take from planting for those to actually provide some kind of screening for headlight glare?
So everyone.
Yes, please. All right, I'd like to open up questioning to the members of the public, and please keep questioning to the line of testimony this evening.
In the documents. Again, Jeffrey Feld, 11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. Just a few questions. Can you explain why, if you look on the first page,
includes accessory use of the playground. I believe, I don't have it here with me tonight, revision D did have the playground. D is from January 23rd. Correct. It's your testimony that included the accessory use. I believe, I don't have the drawing in front of me, so I'm going by memory. All right, so that's a,
Mr. Feld, next question. We heard the
If you go to
answer.
page, figure 3, there's a sidewalk, correct? It was reduced from the other drawings. Can you tell us the length and the height that it was reduced? The height or the width? Yeah, it took geometry, but the idea I'm showing you, right, from here, before you took out your ruler, can you tell us the length? Yeah, and I can do a, if you could tell us, well, let me clarify your question. You want to know the length first? And then you said the height? No,
or the width?
The width, I'm sorry. I haven't taken geometry. No, and neither have I in a long time. Again, to refresh everybody's memory, the sidewalk that he's referring to was requested, I believe, by the board or one of the board professionals. And we provided that sidewalk.
And Enzo, just to clarify for our record, you're not talking about the sidewalk along Old Short Hills Road.
It's
You're
the
talking
side-
about it interior to the site.
It's
that
the
goes-
sidewalk that connects the right-of-way sidewalk to the property.
Thank you.
To the street. Initially, when we first proposed that sidewalk, we made it 4 feet wide, and then we reduced it to 3 feet.
What's the length?
Length is 110 feet.
All right, so that'd be 110 square feet.
Correct.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Feld. Anyone else from the public with questions?
Mr. Van Buren, you need the mic. Yeah.
Louder.
Spelled B-A-M as in Michael, B-A-R-A. 37 Keats Road in Short Hills. My question is regarding the lighting plan.
Bless you.
Did you make any changes to the lighting plan as part of Red E, John?
We moved the pole along the driveway.
Utility pole.
What I'm seeing is the light pole in the northwest corner. I'm looking at the lux density cloud that you show, various levels of lighting, and the uppermost one appears to go over the fence line, over the property line. Does that have any significance? Does that indicate that there's more light than should be infringing on the neighbor's property?
Again, I'm referring to figure E, for the board, which is our lighting plan.
Yeah.
And your question was on the northwest side.
It appears to be awfully close to the property line. In fact, the second line goes over the property line.
Well, I'll answer that question. We are required at the property line to meet the township code of lighting. And we do that. So you see there's zeros, 0.1, 0.1, 0.2, but those values are at the surface grade. So because of the solid fencing, it doesn't spill into the neighbor's property.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there was an affirmative statement made in one of Ms. Callahan's prior engineering review memos that she had reviewed the lighting plan and confirmed that it complied with the site.
My question is valid.
Mr. Van Buren, I think it was asked and answered, so that proves it was valid.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Please state your name.
My name is Natalia, and my surname is Kashirina. It's Kashirina. And I reside at 20 Park Road, that will be adjusted to property, very close to property. And during the previous hearings, we indicated the danger of the new proposed playground to the kids on our roads. There's on Park Road and Park Circle Road. Jointly, we have probably around 25, 30 kids, and a lot of them are under the age of 6 years old. So the playground is currently will be visible from our road to our kids, and Rabbi refused to provide the covering for the playground. So it will be like a play to the wall. So the question is, did you make any changes to cover that playground to make it not visible to our children?
To answer your question, we are providing a fence around the playground. So so the children not associated with the Kai Center cannot go play in the playground. They would have to hop the fence.
Is fence see-through or not see-through?
It's chain link.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
Can you make
this was
a
not
change to
changed
make
as
it
part
not
of the,
see-through?
this was not part of his testimony this evening.
Excuse me, can I please finish?
Mr. Chair, ma'am, no, we know. It was an objection to the question based on it being outside the scope of his direct testimony today, which was a instruction that the chair gave. So in fairness to our chair, he has to address the objection by Mr. Levine before you can continue.
Yes, unfortunately, I think he did not testify to any type of screening around the playground today or anything to do with the playground other than that it's an accessory structure.
You did mention the playground is a new addition to the plans.
Okay. Perhaps can you rephrase it, Mr. Ferrante? Is there any type of other screening that would shield the playground from Old Short Hills Road?
Well, short of a solid fence, which typical playground fence, you don't want them solid because you want to be able to see the children.
Right, understood. So that nothing beyond that, in between there and Short Hills Road?
Well, we
Old
have
Short Hills.
also a lot, if you look at the landscaping, it is somewhat screened from across Short Hills Road by all the planting that are there.
I would like to refer back to the plan, because I see that the playground is right in front of this driveway, our driveway, and will be visible to our children.
Ma'am, it has to be a question, remember, at this point.
Do you agree to show the plan?
Yeah, the playground is, if you're standing on the driveway exiting the property and looking due west, you'll see the playground.
So,
But
do you agree that
we are
both-
providing, there's a lot of existing trees there, as well as we're proposing a lot of screening.
Are you taking down the existing trees?
Not in that area, no.
Do you agree that the playground will be visible to the children at the Park Road? Yes, do you agree that it will be an attraction and a danger to our children who will be running across Short Hills Road and potentially with the cars roaring on that road? Do you agree and see the danger?
Well, I see danger everywhere. I have children, I have grandchildren.
Do
but-
you see the danger in this particular case?
Again, it's an hypothetical case, and
Well,
parents,
it's a
parents have to.
Wait, Mr. Chair, ma'am, the passion is admirable, but you have to let him answer the question. It has to be a question, then an answer, then a question, and then an
Yeah,
answer.
a 6-year-old running loose on Park Road, crossing Old Short Hills Road, I gotta believe that that's not a typical scenario that we have to design for. I'm a father and a grandfather.
Have you been to the Park Road and Park Circle Road at 6 p.m. on the summer night?
Not at 6 p.m. in the summer.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, don't you think this has gone long enough?
I do actually have one question on that. On one of the exhibits, there's a crosswalk shown to Park Road. Is that intended to be requested by the county to put a crosswalk there?
There's an existing crosswalk.
There is an existing one?
Right.
Okay, all right, just checking.
In fact, the only sidewalk in the area are on Park Road,
Okay.
and as well as Old Shore Hills Road in front of the property. But the crosswalk is an existing crosswalk.
Are you aware that cars normally don't stop for that walk on Circle Drive?
I don't know if that's a question I can answer.
No, we're talking about the playground, or whether it's proposed.
Ma'am?
I think we understand what you're trying to make, that there may be a need for screening, but yeah, we'll get that. Thank you.
Well, I mean, we would not object to adding additional screening to block the drive with the playground. Absolutely not.
Just a quick clarifying question. So there will be at some point an opportunity for the public to provide testimony.
Absolutely.
So,
Public comment, absolutely.
so
Under
if
oath.
there's things that they want to bring up based on previous testimony or any other part of this process, they're welcome to do so then, right? So if it's not germane to tonight, they can save it and bring it up then, correct?
Absolutely. I believe the chair's admonitions are because there's repeat testimony from different witnesses, and you can't go back each time to the beginning. Cross-examination is only appropriate and legal to be based on the new information provided by each witness. However, the public comment, when you're under oath to testify, to make the points that you may wish to try to make by way of questioning, and you may be making them by way of questioning, but you'll have an opportunity to make them again when you're under oath, making public comment, and you can go all the way back to the beginning. There's no limitation as far as your public comments with respect to the testimony of the witnesses. Any evidence that anybody raised at any point during the hearing, you can address in your comments.
Mr. Chair, we certainly understand that and respect that part of the process, and would like nothing more than to get that underway.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Best?
I just have a couple quick questions.
Sure.
I'm really sleepy, so excuse my.
If you could use the microphone and give your name again, please.
Oh, hi.
It's not up there.
Christine Best. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Good evening, sir. Hello. Okay, just a couple of quick questions from one of the engineers in the audience. I wanted to find out, was the hot box, because it's, I believe, well, you can confirm if it's a concrete structure, included in the lot coverage, okay? It was included in the lot coverage, okay? Was the new mechanical, I guess, what is the word I'm looking, filtering boxes included in the lot coverage as well? Yeah, you have new, it looks like you have new mechanical filtering boxes on your drawings. Yeah, they were, okay. And then I wanted to ask you, in terms of your roof equipment, is everything still on the roof, and you guys are still going with that?
That's the architect would have to answer that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're not changing that. That's still consistent.
Okay, and you don't, and so the architect didn't go over what the lot coverage would be if you had to pull it down off the roof? Okay. One more second. Also, can you advise me what ponding is and whether it's something on an existing property 5 days after a rainfall, if that would be something that would concern you as to the relative risk of where the water table may be?
Yes, ponding is an indication that the water is not infiltrating into the ground.
And I mean, at what point would you be concerned, how many days after like a 1-inch rainstorm would you be concerned that that would be very problematic in terms of digging?
Depending, again, hypothetically, if it's a site-wide issue, if it's a localized area that's ponding, which happens over time, that would not concern us. But if it's pond, don't forget, this site has roughly an average 10% grade. So the opportunity for water to pond on this site is not realistic. There may be some localized areas where there may be ponding.
how many square footage would you consider localized? I mean, I'm just curious. Okay. Uh-huh. Are you aware that there's been some significant ponding occurring on the property for up to 5 days after a rainstorm?
At this property?
Yes.
I was on site last Monday.
Okay.
And there's one area where the old pavement was,
Mm-hmm.
that it is ponding there. There's water ponded there.
Mm-hmm. Are you aware that they filled that in?
I mean, this site is going to be substantially regraded. There's going to be an entirely new stormwater management system. So I prefer that we not spend a lot of time asking questions about existing stormwater conditions when it's all going to be radically changed.
I was done, so thank you anyways. The last question I had is in terms of lighting, you talked about the light candles, the foot candles on the property, particularly the Cap family's property. And so, I mean, you consider that to be light trespass by dark sky standards, which is just an organization. It's not a law. But light trespass means many other things. And can I give an example to sort of illustrate? So if there's like 5 lights over there and the foot candles over here are not really illuminating this space that I'm looking down on at my feet, but I'm looking out my bedroom window, okay, and I'm pulling my blinds, and I see those lights reflecting into my house and casting shadows, that's also considered light trespass. And have you distinguished, like, are they going to see lights? Because when they look out of their house, they're going to see a ton of lights. So it's not like looking out at a dark open field any longer. It's looking out. And I just wanted to see, would you reconsider?
We all know that.
Correct.
Lights are visible, but the standard is foot candles at the property line, as well as foot candles within the property.
Right. Are you aware, though, that Milburn Township's code officer doesn't consider that to be the standard, at least when he came out to my house and I made a complaint about a neighbor whose house looked like a Best Buy store, and they were required to actually take their light candles, their light intensity down. They were required to put in a timer, and they were also required to change it to 2200 Kelvin. So I just was wondering if you were aware that that actually happened in this township as part of.
Ms. Best, can you please keep it to questions?
That is a question.
Well, there was a lot of explanation that you'll have
Okay.
plenty of time to
I-
do when we get to the comment section.
I understand, I'm sorry, okay. Could you answer that, and then I'm done, thank you. And thank you, Gaston.
I'm not aware of that particular case, but for that reason, the board and the board professionals always ask us to make the lights dark sky compliant, which we've done.
Right.
They also ask us to shield light.
Would like the microphone. You have to open the door. Would like. Okay, thank you very much.
I think you should make this the last one. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, given the time is now 11.
Last one?
Hobart Avenue.
We okay? Yep.
Mr. Warren, can I close this door?
As long as we have one open, I'm okay.
3 feet on the floor.
We take open public meeting literally,
Very limited.
as
Such you are.
literally as is reasonably possible.
No, definitely make her the last one.
Yeah. Ms. Pasternak, just for sake of time, you will be the last one. Hopefully the questioning is not too long. Okay, excellent, thank you. Thank you. Very quickly, can I see, give a show of hands of how many people still need to ask Mr. Ferrante questions about this line of testimony? Just one? We'll continue that one for next time. One now, okay.
Well, it's up to the board if they wanted to make a motion for another 5 or 10 minutes.
So just for the benefit of everyone in the audience, at the next meeting, assuming we take care of this question tonight, what is next up? Is it public comment, or is there going to be another?
Mr. Levine, this is your last witness on direct, or continued direct?
Yeah, last witness on continued direct with the understanding that we've had, that, yeah, we reserve the right
Applicant always
for
has the right of rebuttal.
Yes, but yes.
Then the next step, I apologize for stepping over everybody, but the next step then presumably would be to proceed with public comment. And I believe Mr. Feld may be requesting to be first.
We'd love for that process to get started.
Is the board okay with going one more question? Is that all right? Okay, thank you.
Motion second, and all in favor of another 5 to 10 to get to one question, and one
Second.
question, right?
Thank you. All right.
Pick a movement.
Thank you. Mr. Warner has some clarification.
Yeah, just a couple of items. First of all, my understanding is that, Mr. Levine, Mr. Feld has made some submissions of documents that he intends to use as exhibits in his presentation. As I understand it, I believe you've received those in order to expedite the process. Is it fair to assume, and you tell me if I'm incorrect, that you have no objection to his submission of those items as exhibits that he's already submitted to your attention, and so that those can be distributed to the board members without objection, and he can proceed with his presentation, presumably, at the next meeting?
Yes, I have received those, I reviewed them, and do not make an objection to including them as part of, the O series of exhibits.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know that we've gotten any other exhibits in advance from members of the public, but if any other members of the public do have any, we can address them at that time. I know he had numerous exhibits, meaning more than a couple, and so I wanted to make sure we were able to move efficiently, so appreciate that. The other item certainly for a very important item, we do not have an extension of time to act beyond tomorrow, if I recall correctly. In order to continue this application without the board having to take alternative processes, which I would advise them to do if necessary, I'll find out in a moment, does the applicant extend the time to act for the board at least beyond the date of the next meeting?
Consistent with our past practice. My understanding is that the next meeting is in 2 weeks from now, is that correct?
I'm gonna, yeah.
So, yeah, consistent with as we've done throughout, yes, we will consent to an extension through the 22nd.
Okay.
And I have a question. I understand the board is certainly sensitive to continuing beyond an unreasonably late hour, understandably so. And honestly, Mr. Warner, I don't know the answer to this question. If the board were to make a Sunshine Act notice, would it be possible to start the next meeting an hour earlier as opposed to dragging out an hour later?
The bottom line is it's up to the regular scheduled meeting is for that regular scheduled time. If the board wishes to do a special meeting or to change the hours of a regular meeting so as to make it a special meeting, I guess two things would have to happen. One, well, that determination would have to be made tonight in order for us to carry to the appropriate time, just not date, place, and time. And two, then that would have to be sunshine noticed. So it's up to the board.
I would like to make that request if I could.
I would have concerns with that. I don't know what everyone's work schedule is, certainly members of the public. Those that work in the city, probably 7:30 is the earliest they can get here. I just don't think we should be changing things on the fly like that. I would recommend that we keep our regularly scheduled time.
I agree. I think it's fair to the members of the public to keep it scheduled. Making it earlier is actually, I think, more difficult than going later, so I agree.
I'm not doing that either.
Everybody else agree? Any other comments?
No, okay. And then, for the record, the obvious, the board has indulged with special meetings in the past and also gone over our time limit, if you will, on occasions, including this evening, so. But, thank you. So I think if there's nothing further, Mr. Chairman, then I can make that formal announcement that we're carrying the matter without further notice to May 21, Eileen, 7:30 p.m., right here, this same new venue for us, at least for the time being, with new batteries, right, and without further notice. So.
All good? All right, and we'll make a motion to adjourn. Second. All in favor? All in favor, that's right.
All right.
Aye. All opposed? No. Motion passed.